Hello. Hello. Hello.
There's a little lock on the in the game 10 mucks because this is streamer mode. So if you get a successful word in, you can't do another one until the lock is removed. It's to sort of stop people from like zooming through all the different words in during stream. And there's Artemis. Hi, Artemis. So a lot of words. It's done real fast on that one. I reckon the next one there'll be a little more success. More people are gonna hopefully be across the rules and what have you. Let's see. So Jack's at 25. Jack lucked out in getting Windmill, which was really good work, and then they were able to get some of the others. And then Tanmux came in second, and then Artemis getting in for the podium position. All right, let's see how this one goes. I almost thought for a second I saw lottery, but flowery. I feel like flowery is like a that was a bit bullshit there. Tanmux once again typing in a word before or the lock is removed. Now the lock is removed. Now they can type in a word.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Goldie? You doing good?
Emotional damage.
Lorwyn is a proper noun, Blue. I don't know where you think Lorwyn was gonna go in this little game. This isn't Magic the Gathering on stream. This is words on stream. Look, goodness gracious, Blue. Also, hi, Blue. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time with more Legends of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I realized, like, because I swapped my Nintendo Switch for a Nintendo Switch 2, there is a lot of video games from the Nintendo Switch that I've swapped out. So I actually don't have the Pokemon games that I thought I did, and I don't have, like, yeah, quite frankly, I don't have a lot of the games that I thought I did anymore. Like, I exchanged a lot of them in to reduce how much I was spending at EB Games to get a Nintendo Switch 2. So now I have to, like, rebuild my Nintendo Switch 2 library with the Nintendo Switch 1, Nintendo Switch 2 games and try to put an effort into actually, you know, playing them and what have you, rather than just, you know, having them sit there and what have you. You wouldn't have done the trade? What do you mean you wouldn't have done the trade? There were so many games I was already done with play. Like, the reason I returned Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is because I already played those games. And I'm not someone that will, like, you know, play a game again normally. You would lose too much. Well, okay, maybe you as, like, the Nintendo. I bet, chat, I bet if we go over to Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's house, I betcha it's a Nintendo museum. We're gonna go to Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's home, and it's gonna be a case of, like, hi everyone, welcome to my crib. Over here, you'll see a panel of all the different amiibos I've collected over the years. Do not touch them, these are very important. And over on the right, you'll see a collection of Nintendo games circa 1998, starting with Pokemon Green. Now, I know you may be wondering, how did I get Pokemon Green? I'll tell you, because I went to Japan, and they don't use Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue, but Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green. Hence why, when they did the 4th generation reboot, they did Fire Red and Leaf Green rather than Fire Red and Water Blue. I love how Blue just writes, "Get the fuck out of my house!" Why is there an $800 charge on my credit card? Dad, I'm a material girl. Get out of my house! Damn, you're already done with Gears of War 1? Yes, I am, and I'm on to Gears of War 2. Now, you may be wondering, how in the fuck am I going to be playing Gears of War 2? I don't own an Xbox 360 anymore. I don't own an Xbox One. Well, let me tell you, because there is apparently a magical thing that Xbox is doing, and apparently the British Parliament and all that kind of nonsense weren't a huge fan of the Activision Blizzard acquisition, and it was for this particular reason, which is that turns out Microsoft has, like, a cloud service where you're able to play Xbox video games on your PC. So that advertisement of quote unquote, this is an Xbox might come to fruition on my PC and what have you. It might quite honestly, actually, before we go into that, I'm just gonna, you know, get the thingamadiggy up on here. Where's the thingamadickies? It's not there. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. This is where we are right now with the rankings. He pot-shotted Ram with a long shot several times. But yeah, I was getting frustrated with that one. But yeah, so, Blue, I would love to curate a personal Pokemon museum with you. The two of you just going to Japan together and being like, oh, we need to go to the Pokemon Center and we need to take everything to start our own Australian Pokemon museum. So you should be playing Cooking Mama. I'm not going to be playing Cooking Mama. The plan The plan is to play some Gears of War 2 by using the Xbox Cloud service. I don't know how successful I'm going to be with this thing because it's in the cloud. Who knows how successful that bullshit is going to be? I certainly don't know. I might have an absolutely terrible time, you know, doing all the the clouding and such like that. Maybe I need to have a decent upload, but because I'm uploading to the to Twitch servers for streaming and such like that, it might be absolute bullshit. Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Now, everyone, important question. Do we want to try and go another round of words on stream for a little bit while I relay to you, you know, just a little bit of my day and my thoughts? Or do we want to go straight into Gears of War 2? I see nothing wrong with this. I'm hoping to go next year. You're jealous that I can go next year. Damn, Blue. Let's hit one more round. All right, we got one person. Jack obviously wants to get one more round because Jack wants to try and get a level 3 ranking of gold. Night Sky's just happy that they're here, given a little dino dance and a Dazzy raid. Let him ride. All right, we're letting him ride. All right, here we go. One more round, chat. 3. Let's do this. So yeah. Also, I'm gonna just go on my little escapade thingamadiggy. So there we go. I got myself a new phone. Because you can't just run. Oh my god, hose is an appropriate word. God damn. I was not realizing that hose was appropriate. Ah. Them hoes know something. And Cap has unfortunately fallen into the woe that you cannot type in a word and get that accepted under your thingy-madiggy because your word was locked. So those use of hose and chose, those are not applicable. Those didn't go into the system, but they very well could be. But we don't know because Cap wrote them and she was, you know, in the whatsamahoozy without with the lock on. So now someone else can go and steal it. There we go. Now Cap's getting the idea. Ooh, Echoes is a good one. But yeah, so I got myself a new like iPhone and such. I got it technically last week, like over the holidays and such like that, because I'm going to Texas Furry Fiesta this year, and I wanted to get myself a decent phone, one that was able to go through basically like a day worth of activity and not be below 40% or 20% when I was done. Because on my previous phone, like the previous iPhone that I had, I try and get like at least 5 years out of a phone. And hang on. I try and get a decent amount of mileage out of a mobile phone, and like 5 or 6 years I think is a good amount of time with a phone. So when I upgraded, I wanted to upgrade to like the latest and greatest, not like, you know, a discounted bin thing. And I went for this iPhone 17. The reason why I picked this iPhone 17, well, technically it's an iPhone 17 Pro. The reason I picked this, I went for the orange one, and then I got myself that, you know, olive green case, because if you look online, it looks like the Master Chief colors. That is the reason. That is the reason why I went with those two things. Is I just wanted a phone that made me think of Xbox Master Chief. It was so funny, and it works. And what's more is, it's a good phone. I quite like it. It is waiting 5 years before you get a new phone, I think is a decent amount. I know some people who do like a new phone year on year on year, and I'm like, what's the benefit? You're spending full price on a new phone every year. That is not worth it. Master Chief. Also, if anyone wants to be in the VC that is able to, you're allowed to and what have you. I was having a conversation with a friend, an IRL friend at like my trivia game. They're able to get into the VC, and they were worried about like, oh, but if I get into your VC, then there's a potentiality that I might just dox you by accident. I'm like, you're not gonna dox me by accident. And what's more, if you hang out in the VC more often, there will be, you know, greater practice and such. BRB, I'm gonna shave and then hop in to draw. Awesome, sounds good. But yeah, the where is my brain? I got a blue phone because I'm cool. You sniped the longest word. Yeah, Artemis is using this for training, no doubt, because we have like a trivia quest once a week at trivia. Me and Artemis, because she's my girlfriend. She takes me home when we're done. There's a question in the trivia where it like she calls it the demon question. She calls it the demon question because it does like a scramble, and you have to unscramble the word.
Boobies.
So you have to do like a long thingy-majiggy. Boobies! You have to do like a long like word. And yeah, this is like this words on stream thing is just good practice, I feel, to like get better at like being able to unscramble words and what have you. But yeah, any whoosies. So here I am with a brand new phone, and going for a phone upgrade after 5 years with the same phone is honestly, I think it's a decent amount of time. I know some people do it once every 3 years. I think you're cutting it close in terms of like whether or not you actually do get a worthwhile benefit, like, you know, a good jump in technological advancements and such. But I feel like 5 to 6 years, I think that's a decent amount. I think at that point, you can kind of start looking for a new phone. So yeah, I now have a phone that, you know, is only at 50%.
Young Jack Raiden paid me to say if she carrying the Zeebs after a long day. She is one of the strongest snaps to carry a tired Zeebs.
We'll need to figure that one out, because like so far, like Artemis Snap, like her persona is relatively new. We need to figure out body type and what have you. And I'm trying not to influence her on like body type and what have you. Because as tempting as it would be to just, you know, start sharing like Gideon Haas images and just being like, ooh, you could be like this, you could be like that, or Moxie Doxy stuff. As tempting as that would be, I don't want to influence her too much. I will share her some images and what have you, but that's more for like the, you know, hey, what do you think of this? Because I'm trying to gauge like what she likes and such. So, but yeah. Thanks, Cap, for doing the profile icon for her, for Artemis. I really appreciate it. Anyway, back to the phone thingamajiggy. So yeah, so I got this brand new phone, and, you know, it doesn't go through half of its battery life in the span of a few hours. I had like woken up, like it's been online for like 12 hours now, and it's only just hit in the 50% range, somewhere in like 50 something or rather. I hope you're prepared for what's to come in Gears of War 2 or in Texas. Because the whole reason I wanted to get this phone before going to Texas is so that I had a decent battery life and a brand new camera that was able to take, like, you know, long shots and far shot and, like, you know, close-ups. Because the ride ain't ending here with Gears of War. Ah, okay. So yeah, so going to TFF. So I've got like another 10 days. 10 days I'm in Australia before I, you know, take a flight and, you know, arrive in the United States of America. I've got my American passport, so I'm not going to have any problems with immigration or anything like that. I'm literally just going to waltz in through the thingy-majiggy. I'm going to get into the line for, like, you know, the returning citizens or something like that. They're going to look at me, look at my pasty white face, and they're going to be like, welcome home, sir, and then just stamp and let me go through. There isn't going to be any of this extra nonsense of handing them my Australian passport, them looking at the Australian passport, looking up at me and going, so why are you here? What's your reason for leaving Australia and coming to America, the greatest country in the world? Like, I'm not going to have any TSA person doing that. They're just going to be like, American, cool, awesome, no propaganda for you. You already know this shit. Any whoosies. So that's going to be happening in Texas. The Texas Furry Fiesta, also, I've only been to like a few furry conventions over in like Gold Coast, like 3 times, and I have had a look at, there's an app called Guidebook that the Texas Furry Fiesta is using for showing like their thing. I did a recording of this, but holy fucking shit, there are so many events going off in a given day. Like on Friday, you have like there's just so many. Like I don't remember Furdu having like a whole ton of different, like, you know, meetups and like events and all that kind of nonsense and all the different rooms. There was like maybe 3 events that would go off like every 2 hours or something like that. Whereas on this one, in the 11 at like, hang on a sec, let me go to Friday and let me go to something like 2 p.m. Like at 2 p.m., we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things going off in there. Some of them going on until like 6 p.m., others going off until 4. But then you look at 3 o'clock and you've got like another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. At 3:30, there's another thing. At 4 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things going off. And then at like 9 p.m., hang on, let me just scroll down to 9 p.m., for instance. 9 p.m., normally, Australia is fucking asleep at 9 p.m., I'm gonna be real with you. By that point, Furdu is already converted into, alrighty, the dealer's gallery is now, the dealer's den is now closed, and we only have the main stage left for doing the karaoke / DJ night. Meanwhile, over in fucking Texas on the Friday, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events going off, and none of them are related to like the DJing and shit. You got things such as the Omegaverse 101, introducing the Omegaverse, Little Alpha Pup, Rockhounds and Rock Swap. So like they got like geology meetup here. After Dark, Are There Heart Furries in Star Wars? And How the Hell Did You Become a Furry? Storytime panel. Like, there's just all kinds of things going off. And some of them, I'm going to be frank with you, I'm probably not going to attend. I mean, don't get me wrong, Rockhounds and Rock Swap sounds pretty fucking brilliant, but I'm flying from Australia to Texas. I don't exactly want to pack my suitcase filled with random rocks and minerals that some furry has decided to give me, going, hey, what month were you born? Oh, October? Here's Tiger Eye for your friendship. Like, I don't want to do that. But yeah, like, there's so many things going off. There's so many things, and so many of them are After Dark as well. Like, look at this. There's an After Dark night auction. Fluff and Weebs. Is this anime? Anime at 11 p.m.? Hang on a second. 11 p.m. Let me have a look. 11 p.m. on like a different like state panel. Love anime and want to meet other furries who do too? This meetup is a fun, welcoming space to chat about favorite shows, share recommendations, talk cosplay or art, and make new con friends who share your interests. Whether you're new to anime or a longtime fan. Oh, gee, okay. I'm gonna put that on my schedule actually, and give me a warning. Like 50. Like, there's so many different panels. They're not all like, you know, infomercials and shit. Why the fuck are you bringing rocks? Because someone in the furry fandom loves their rocks, Blue. All right? I bet you there's going to be a Pokemon one, all right? Let me have a look. So, yeah, PokeFurs meet and greet at, where is it? Saturday, 12:30, a casual meetup and hang up for PokeFurs and Poke fans. Come hang out, meet fursuiters, and take pictures all in one place at the end of the panel. They'll take 2 group shots, one with all of the PokeFurs and cosplayers, then one with anyone who would like to join in. Hosted by someone called Uni the Lux. Like, this is cool. God damn, there's so many events. Add weights to his baggage allowance. Yeah, oh, there's like a Vor Confessions. There's a Sketchpad hour, and that's on the Friday. Saturday, meanwhile, you got Trash Talk, you got Demonology. There's an AA meeting for some reason. I'm going to be frank with you. I don't think I've ever seen an AA meeting in Australia. Have you seen an AA meeting in Australia? It's way too fucking expensive to get alcohol here. You have a Vor... No, but you can go to a Vor confession. This is the brilliant thing, Blue, is that so many of these things I have never seen at Furdu. Like, I'm going to be frank with you, I have not seen a panel about Vor Confessions or Object Vor or Demonology. I've seen Adult Writing 101 at a Furdu, that's true. Duke Noises, Mustelid panel, Mascots and Furries, What's the Difference? Psychology After Dark, Persona Pin Trade and Meet, that's kind of cool. The Aristocats Society, that sounds cool. The Pizza Panel, Rope for Sex, Hardcore Hyena. Oh, there's a comedy hour! Texas Furry Fiesta 2026 comedy hour! They apparently, is this going to be stand-up comedians? What's Vor? You can Google that in your own time. Come for Laughs, Leaves When We Don't With Deliver, hosting KL Sanchez, bring back the comedy hour in a relaxed setting where anything goes and we care everyone's fun. Bring your best dad jokes. 18 plus only as rude, crude, and lewd as to be expected. Please don't attend if you're easily offended. Amazing. Holy shit. Find your howl. Building singing There's so much in this. Holy shit. This is crazy. Also, another Shibari panel, whatever the fuck Shibari is. Digital Circus discussing the impending finale. Why is there a Digital Circus panel in this furry, like, you know, con? I'll be frank with you, and like a furry con, like I don't have like any gripes about the Digital Circus, but like, you know, I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of curious. Like, what does the Digital Circus have to do with furries? Bodybuilding 101, becoming a furry bara beef boy? Oh, it's 18 plus. Drunken zoology? Like, there's so many. Oh, I will be attending the Bimbos of the Furry Fandom because that's being hosted by. Let me just double check. Yep, the panelist is Fiona Murray. She like hosts like meetups for all of the bimbos. So all the bimbos, himbos, and thembos, welcome to attend. Meetup talking about all things bimbo. Bimbo as a philosophy. Partake in photo shoots. There's a charity outfit contest. Make sure to dress in something cute and pink. I don't have anything pink. The problem with Aussie FurCons is the limiting factor of the venue, I guess. Holy shit, there's so much going on in this thing. This is incredible. And like, what's more, like, I'm gonna be in Texas for a week, and I'm not going to Texas just for the Texas Furry Fiesta. I'm going to Texas to meet up with Unnamed Yeen, Sly Fox. I'm meeting up with all kinds of different peeps, like, around like those like social circles and what have you. So I'm gonna be arriving there on Monday, and apparently there's gonna be events like going to a Buc-ee's, going to a arcade, going to a gun range, going to the Rainforest Cafe. Like, there's gonna be all kinds of other bullshit going on. I'm really I am weirdly excited about this, especially because of the fact that I get to join up with people. I would go if I had monies. Oh yeah, because you're a resident Texan as well, aren't you? Rainforest Cafe is a scam. The Rainforest Cafe is funny because it was used in a What's a Mahoozy YouTube series, and what's more is it's in an American mall where I'm going to be trying to dress up as a Texan. There's going to be some silly photos in play. Any whoosies, like I've been to one. Cool. Well, I want to form my own opinion on that. So, but yeah, like I'm very much excited for going to Texas. And what's more is because of the contributions from both unnamed and like unnamed some community and hopefully a few other people's communities, Unnamed's actually able to go to TFF. So for any of you that were watching my streams and like going to Unnamed's throne and helping support Unnamed Yeen's TFF thingy-majiggy, thank you oh so much. They're now able to go without, you know, the burden of unable to afford anything in, like, you know, cost of living wise when they're gone into Dallas. So yeah, great work, everyone. All right, I need to hide this thingy-majiggy, and we're gonna try and run this this game here. If I still had a job, I would have gone. Yeah. It's kind of crazy how important a job is. I'm very thankful that I have a full-time job. Okay, can anyone see this? Is anyone seeing it? Okay, so if I do full PC capture, it will show, but if I try and do... Alright, oh, hang on. Maybe now that I've put it into studio mode... Solo campaign... It doesn't look like it's doing the thingy-majiggy, so I'm gonna have to explicitly tell it to capture the, capture a specific window. Capture the there we go. Alrighty. Thank you. Play the story-based campaign alone with the option to invite a friend to join over Xbox Live. I don't have Xbox Live. And we're just gonna go with the normal difficulty. We bleppin'.
It began, as always, with the desire for power. The need to conquer. The hunger to consume. Inevitably, this led to conflict. Humanity fought an endless battle against itself. Until it was forced to unite against a power far greater than it had ever known. But even united, humanity left only destruction in its wake. Despite their best efforts at survival, the humans of Sierra continued to march blindly.
Oh, this isn't Earth then. Okay.
Unaware that their misguided attempts at retaliation were only leading them ever closer.
Hopefully everyone is able to hear all this.
They had thought us
Oh yeah, we did that in the last game.
destruction. But to survive is to endure and prosper. And we have most certainly survived. Jacinto now stands as the last bastion of humanity. A final, desperate defense in the face of impossible odds. In a way, I pity them. But humanity, as always, brought this war upon itself.
Radio. So I have to play this with controller because of the cloud thingamadiggy. Tip of the spear.
It never ends.
They're getting bolder. Those gears were guarding Pomeroy Depot.
Damn, that's just down the road.
Exactly. They're moving deeper every day.
At least we got reinforcements.
Yeah, but for how much longer?
Oh yeah, I should probably
Okay,
capture
I'm
this
heading to the
and
hospital
share it.
now. I need to check on that lead.
Once the
Thanks,
cutscene
Anya.
is done.
Good luck, all right?
Sergeant Phoenix! Are you Sergeant Phoenix? Delta Squad?
Who the
I'm your new trainee.
f-
And Garina's grass by the looks of it.
Oh, please don't shoot yourself in the
Trying to train
head.
The Rook?
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
train.
Lucky me.
Go easy on the kid, okay?
Private Ben Carmine, sir! Reporting for duty, sir!
Oh, it's another
Sir,
Carmine.
shit, kid. We're not that polite out here. Come on, let's go. Oh yeah. Welcome to Delta.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir. I hear that you're the one who...
Sergeant.
Yes, sir! Sergeant Phoenix. Must be good to know you're fighting with a Pendulum War hero.
The fuck
He's
is
just Marcus to
Pendulum
me, man.
War?
Name's Dom, by the way.
Good to meet you, sir. Dom. You see action in the war, too?
Rook, we can talk history later. Concentrate on your training now. I don't need you getting religious out there.
Pardon?
Holy?
Oh, right. Full of holes. Got it.
First things first, Rook. Stay focused on your mission. Best way is to check your TACCOM before the bullets fly.
COG forces head underground. This will be the largest mobilization of COG forces since the Pendulum Wars, Chairman Prescott told the Sovereign's Press Corps today. Landown is the perfect location for us to launch this historic assault, the site of a valiant COG defense during the Winter of Sorrow. It's also a strategic location that allows us to take this battle to the heart of the enemy. Delta Squad honored for Timgad heroics. Colonel Victor Hoffman, Sergeant Marcus Phoenix, and Delta 1 Squad were honored last week for their roles in the light mass bombing at Timograd. Originally hailed as the war's turning point, the bomb's most important effects was the elimination of krill breeding grounds. Oh, so we basically just hit nurseries and shit. Thank you, Uraneazak, for being my biggest fan. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. All right. Sorry, I just needed to do this, and then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna share this application. So then that way, if any one of my him bros jumps into the VC for chatting purposes, then they're able to see me play the game at the very least.
Mine says teach the Rook the golden rule.
Oh, I know.
Rook for rookie.
Not out here, kid. Golden rule of the Gears is take cover or die. You know how to get into cover, Rook? Show me.
Okay. Keep your head down, eyes open, check your surroundings.
Always keep your head down like that in a firefight. You'll be fine. Okay, people, let's move out.
Yo, you said your name is Carmine? You got a brother was a gear?
Yeah, all 4 of us. Well, 3 now. You know one of them?
I served with Anthony. He was a good soldier. My respects.
Thanks. Just good to know he died a hero's death.
Did he?
Yeah. Right.
Pretty sure he got shot in the head after,
Nice one. I'll call that and raise you 5.
Helps if you aim, Marcus.
Doesn't help your odds of winning.
You could hit those in your sleep with the rifle. Come on, use your pistol, man.
Alright. Reloading.
Better reload. Could be some more killer bottles up ahead.
Good to go.
There we go. You've been lurking ever since? Fair enough. You were getting your points and what have you.
What the hell was that?
Probably just a stray dog.
No!
Probably
no,
not.
It was bigger than that. It looked like a weird monkey dog thing.
Point of interest.
Reg, shoot it!
Hey, that's it! That's the monkey dog thing I saw!
Monkey dog.
You hit him?
Don't think so. Looks like he got away.
You ever seen that before?
Yeah, but they usually travel in packs. All right. Stay alert and use cover. The other ones are probably around here somewhere.
Hey, when you look at his head and such like that, he actually moves his mouth and what have you.
Nice mantle, Rook. Not an easy maneuver to make in full gear.
Nothing here. Maybe they're in the alley.
Let's check it out.
My God, this game is so
Grab a few of those grenades.
muted,
Get a feel
I would
where
say.
you need 'em.
There we go.
Damn, someone needs to do an ammo sweep around here.
I remember this was joked about from the 2000s, but basically there was this trend of
What'd you call that thing? A monkey dog? I got a special bone for it.
there was an era in video games where they just were
Awesome!
hugely muted in color and saturated in brown.
Watch out! Pull that shit again, Rook, and you're gonna get some unexpected chainsaw training.
Thanks, man.
Dom, when you get that checked
I feel like
out.
this is one of those games.
Nah, just needs a few stitches. It can wait.
Let's get in there.
I could have sworn there was another that died to the first Berserker you saw in the game. Not to the first Berserker, but he died to he just got shot in the head randomly while we were doing a sweep.
Fire up your lancers, Delta.
Oh, what? There we go. Good for you.
Almost looks peaceful from up here.
Almost.
Yeah, we're just in a full-blown war.
All this damage came from your grenade?
Sure as hell didn't come from yours.
Oh,
Nothing up here.
rat!
Just some rats. Let's head back to the hospital.
Nice. Yeah, what Jack said. You couldn't unjam his gun and what have you.
Whoa! Those ravens are in a hurry.
Hey, look, it's the classic Xbox
Looks
logo.
like vacation's
The
over,
Xbox
kid.
achievement unlock thing.
Head back to the convoy drop-off. Stay there till I call you on your TACCOM.
But
That's an order, soldier! Dom, let's move.
Alright. I'm guessing this is the start of the game now.
Anya, you still here?
Still here, Marcus. Tell Dom I may have a lead on his wife, but it doesn't look...
Anya, what'd you find?
A lead on a Jane Doe, but it doesn't look like she...
Come on.
Fill you in later, Dom. I have to get back to control.
All right, Anya. Good luck.
Damn it!
Damn it!
Damn grubs. Let's move.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you? You look like someone important because you got medals and...
Good to see you.
Oh,
What are we looking at?
Locust Raid, follow me.
is he meant to be Maui?
Locust got some serious sacks coming in here like this.
Doubt it has anything to do with courage. They just don't realize they've been sent on a suicide run.
Maybe they're just desperate.
What do you mean?
Yeah, come on, Hans.
Maybe the light mass bomb hit them harder than we thought. Or maybe something else is going down in the hollow. I don't know.
But yeah, already this is like a
It's
huge,
up
like,
to-
there's
some
just
of these
small
nations have
things that are
Russian-
an improvement over the first game, even with all the, like, remastered stuff. Like, for
Okay,
instance,
take
seeing the
position along
lip
these
movement
windows.
on
I take the
the
far side.
heads and such.
Okay, Delta, I'm back online. We have confirmed Locust presence in the hospital. I repeat, Locust are in the hospital.
Wait, this is a hospital?
Now we've got a power outage
Jesus.
too.
Like, originally a hospital or
Keep you posted.
retrofitted into
Control
a
out.
hospital? Because...
Hold fire till they're right below us. We want to get as many of them in the courtyard as we can.
Most of those supplies are actually fuel tanks, Delta. Part of the ambush.
Dr. Merriweather mentioned that she's seen numerous patients exhibiting similar symptoms, even paranoia and aggression, but she appears to be less concerned than the rest of us. I'm starting to wonder whether her close ties to the COG administration could be affecting her judgment about the patient's welfare. Gonna follow up on this with the director tomorrow. If we aren't taking care of our soldiers, who will?
Here they come. Get ready.
All right, let's wait for them. Let's wait for them. Let's wait for them. Hold. Hold. Now.
Shoot the tanks. Now he's faster.
Yeah.
Control. Where's the power?
That worked.
Almost there, Delta. Got it. Door should be open now.
Raiders! Hi, welcome Raiders! Oh, it's Sly the Fox! We were just talking about you like a couple... Welcome Raiders! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through games of old that I haven't had an experience playing before, or brand new games that I very much wanted to play. I am currently going... The game of old that I'm going through is a franchise... Gears of War. Hence why I'm wearing the Gears of War shirt. But yeah, also, Cap is here in the chat. Cap is the artist. Hi, Cap. Cap's shy. Don't worry. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Sly. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful time. I was watching you play Kingdom Hearts 2 for a little bit, and I know the unnamed Yeen is somewhere in there. He's
like-
somewhere.
More like Gaze of War.
So close. Also, thank you, Moonwolf, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, so I'm going through the Gears of War series because Gears of War is available, like, the Gears of War Reloaded. So, like, the first game was available on Xbox Game Pass. And I thought, like, Gears of War Reloaded gave you Gears of War 1, 2, and 3. Turns out that's not the case. So I've went and gotten myself a I went and got myself Xbox Game Pass Premium, so that way I'm able to utilize the cloud gaming feature. So I'm able to play Xbox games on my sorry, I was about to say PlayStation. I'm able to play my Xbox games that are explicitly for Xbox on my PC. Actually, question that's now in my head is, could I play Fable 2 on the PC? So if I Fable 2 cloud gaming, give me a second. Can you play Fable 2 with the Xbox cloud gaming?
I thought Fable 2 was already on, like, PC.
No, Fable 3. So Fable 1 and Fable Lost Chapters, and then they did a Fable Anniversary Edition, so that one's available. And then Fable 3 is available on PC natively. But I think with I think with Fable 2, because of the use of like some weird Xbox Live thingamadiggy, it's only available on Xbox 360, Xbox One, like, you know, the Xbox consoles.
That's buns.
Yeah, which is annoying, because the thing is I liked Fable. The Fable series was actually like pretty fun. I liked the British humor and such like that. And I feel like Fable 2 was probably one of the stronger of the sequel titles as opposed to Fable 3. I did. It was great. Unnamed had to head to bed because he needed it. But yes, I hope the game goes super well. I played God of War 1 and I had fun. Hopefully this one is good too. Yeah, I'm going to be going through Gears of War 2. So... But yeah, I hope so. Yeah, and also I talked about how we're going to Texas Furry Fiesta and we're gonna meet up and such. We're gonna shoot guns. We're gonna go to the Rainforest Cafe. I got a brand new phone so I can do some cool photos. I have
Isn't the
ideas.
Rainforest Cafe the one that's owned by a cult?
I don't know about that little detail. I just know about Eddie Burbank having going around the United States, going to all the different rainforest cafes. And because it's in the American Mall or whatever it's called in Texas, which is apparently like a really big mall. It's like we go there, do all kinds of stuff in the mall, grab lunch from the Rainforest Cafe, and then we go back for ticket registration and such. Like, there's a full-on plan. Like, also, there is so many things that go off in TFF compared to Australia, like, fur cons, I've learned. Like, so many more things. So it'll be really interesting to see how it all plays out. But yeah, if
I'm surprised you're not going to.
Sorry?
Surprised you're not going to Casa Bonita.
Casa Bonita? What the fuck is Casa Bonita?
Casa Bonita. Have you not seen that South Park episode?
No, I've not seen that South Park. I don't watch South Park.
Sickness. Cases
That's
have been
crazy.
popping up all over since the Lightmass bombing. It is a horrible way for a warrior to die.
Contagious?
They say
Yeah,
it's
I've been
not,
playing again.
but I'd keep my distance.
Say that again?
No argument here.
You know, I've been playing again.
What have you been playing again? Was it
I've
Binding
been
of...
playing Skyrim.
Oh, you've been playing the John Howard, you know,
John Howard,
Not-
the
sorry,
former
not-
Australian
sorry,
Prime Minister.
Not John Howard. Sorry, the other game. Oh, it's just the same sort of thing. Okay. The wait, not Ron Howard. Which Howard is it?
It's Todd.
Todd. There's too many Howards in the world. We need to reduce the number of
16 times the Australia.
Howards. So yeah, so Todd Howard being like, buy my game. Sure thing, Todd Howard. Skyrim has been released 6 times over. No thank you, Todd Howard.
Todd, give us at least a trailer. I beg of you.
They're trying to fall back. Keep
When the world needed Elder Scrolls most, it vanished.
KR-75. Can anyone verify what I'm saying here? We have locusts inbound. Over.
Roger that, 7-5. Multiple Reavers inbound from the north.
I want to learn more about the
There we
medium.
go.
King Ravens. All units on high alert.
There we go. Oh, that was... I almost biffed that.
You know what sucks? My earmuffs are like... My earmuff cushions are like wearing out and like it's super itchy on my ears.
Okay,
go
so we
buy,
now
like,
have like the high power as you pull the trigger, zoom, and... Ah, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just picking up this
Dom,
ammo.
Todd, take the other door.
ducking and covering.
5-9, hold your fire. There are gears and civilians in this building.
Roger that. Keep us posted.
Control, we have visuals on incoming Reavers.
Roger that, 7-5.
Reavers moving in from the north, approaching the hospital.
This is Control. Request
Oh, shit.
reinforcements to the hospital. Sector 4 is under attack.
Roger, Control. AR-1A moving in.
Request denied, Control. Centaur 09 defending blockade under fire.
Oh,
my
hell
God, those
yeah.
look so much better.
Get a target lock.
I didn't know that Audio Technica had like an even better earphone mesh thingy.
Oh, did they? Nice. Okay, so I don't have like the Lancer attachment on this thing, so I'll need to swap back over. Oh, grenades. Hang on.
The Lancer attachment is just like the dude from Deltarune. You put it on and it goes like the cartoon splort noise.
Yeah! Also, hopefully the sound is... I should probably follow the slide and get ready for bed. Oh, good. Molotov of Chainsaw. Welcome to the stream. You have a very appropriate name for the hyper-violence of Gears of War. Yeah, I just love it. Alright. And then... Did someone just slip over blood? Oh, that's one of my guys. Never mind. Yeah!
Primary blockade has been overrun.
There we go. Oh, also my hands. It was good meeting you, Grant. Hi there, Ira the hybrid. Welcome, welcome. Also, my hand tracking is really annoying. Also, hopefully everyone can hear both me and Cap over all the noise of like gunfire and such. Am I missing anything critical? Because I like some of the things, some of the random like pieces of information I've been picking up and what have you. It's been kind of cool. It's better than like, oh, here's a comic book page. It's like, nope, here's an in-universe like thingy-majiggies. Alright, next one. And there's my phone reminding me of like, hey, remember, you should...
Take cover!
Oh.
Delta's here.
There we go.
They're falling back.
Oh, yeah!
Don't chase after them. As much as I would like to chase after them, it could be a trap.
Reaver!
Oh. Oh, there's a number of them.
Let's do this.
There we go. Alright, let me... Yeah! Suck payment. Nice. So, he's having a bit of a tough time. But yeah, how goes the arting, by the by?
It's going good. I'm getting a sketch down.
You getting a sketch down? That's good, that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah. I remember you were drawing like something after you drew Artemis's profile icon. How is that one going?
I haven't. I sort of abandoned that. Not gonna lie. It was a pic of you and Artemis as Hikari and Kirara.
Aww, that would have been so cool. Damn. You really love your Jujutsu Kaisen.
I love me some JJK.
And then...
Oh, good news. My mum's new car just came in. and it's like a brand new motherfucker.
Yeah! Cap's so talented. Yeah, Cap was responsible for the your profile icon, but they've stopped doing this Hikari one, so it could have been cool, but you know, I didn't ask them to make that or anything like that, so
Yeah.
you know, it's their choice. Also, hands, come on, stop glitching like that. Just
As of right now, I'm doing like comm work for what's their name in chat?
Control here, Delta.
oh, they're in chat right now, or they just haven't.
They might not be in chat right now, but like they first knew of me through your chat. It's Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Ruby Sapphire. I've seen they've popped up a few times. Oh, I did not realize I could reload while sprinting. That's pretty good.
Who's next?
He's yelling outside, but it's not allowed in because he's got fleas.
I'm on him! This Reaper ain't going anywhere!
So he's just gonna suffer like a little punk.
I'm guessing.
Upstairs!
Damn, Marcus, see that? Rub my face first in the salad.
Yeah, get gibbed. There we go. I'm doing really well at the whole like reloading thing as well. Like, getting pretty good with like timing and such. Granted, I am just focusing on the bar whenever I do get into a reload situation. I'm not like doing it off of instinct. I'm just sort of checking it in the corner of my eye.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, probably want to be here.
The hell was that?
Ah, shit. Power's out again. Jack, open this door.
Where's Jack? Oh, there's Jack. Nice. It's interesting to hear him shout out frag when we do.
Behind the column!
Take it!
I wish I had like a quick grenade button, honestly. Because like doing it like this is a bit of a nice.
I really hope those earpad things come in quick, because like, God, my ears are irritated.
Ah, is it because of like the material of the previous earpads?
Yeah, because the previous earpads, they had like there's like a cushiony inside and then like a faux leather outside that flakes off.
Yeah, that faux leather kind of nonsense.
Yeah, leather, if you will. I'll give it to him. It took 2 years for it to become unbearable.
The hell are you doing here, Rook?
Good.
Area I was
At least, yeah, 2 years is a decent amount of time. You want like good quality. I feel like at least a year for a lot of stuff.
Out there fighting.
Yeah.
We're reloading, sir.
I mean, these headphones specifically have lasted me since fucking high school.
Let's get out there, Delta.
And I think even though this microphone is on the end, it's been around for like the same amount of time. So at least like,
Get down there.
God, when did I get out of high school? Like 2018?
Oh gosh.
Lucas, reinforcement!
So I think it's had a good fucking run.
Hold their head just real quick.
You should. I'm 24. And I feel ancient.
I'm out!
Damn it, didn't get anywhere near him.
To be fair, I do also interact with like a 10-year-old and like a 14-year-old on like a weekly basis because, you know, they're my step siblings and they fucking confound my ass. They be talking about bullshit I cannot possibly imagine.
Here comes some more!
King with gunship, cool. Hopefully they keep them occupied.
To be fair, you're either prehistoric or you're new gen.
It's because of the hand tracking. That's the problem. Is that the hand tracking doesn't know how to deal with the fact that I hold a controller or when it gets out of, like, you know, ranges and what have you. So
let's head into that.
Oh no, I'm talking about how Artemis feels prehistoric.
Oh, yeah, I'll be real with you, because, like, I wasn't in high school in 2018. I wasn't even in university. I had graduated by then, I'm pretty sure. So for you to just push out, like, when was I in high school? 2018. I'm just sort of like, oh, God. That's so long ago.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
See, I thought you were,
actually.
like, someone like me, where you're, like, you know, rethinking your goals in your 30s.
Look, I'm like, I'm pushing 25. Like, I'm only like 2 months into 24.
Oh my goodness. You have to contend with, like, AI, like, you know, making it bothersome to get into entry level in the workplace. And
Oh God, don't I know it?
incompetence.
Oh God, don't I know it? I'm literally like I've just got into contact with like a job support provider. I've got a meeting with them on Monday, funnily enough.
Yeah, that's good that you're able to get something started. Artemis was
thank
doing
God
their
that
first
I'm-
masters then. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I wasn't doing that. Artemis is the smart one here. I'm in this relationship, I am the himbo in this relationship. I have like one university degree and I don't even utilize that. Artemis, meanwhile, is the smarty cat. Now there are the
Hey, you know what? I can out himbo you. I didn't even finish high school.
Oh my God, Cap, what the fuck?
I was very autistic. I had massive behavioral issues. And
okay.
Never seen the locust run like
and
this.
also I was discriminated against because of not only my mental issues, but also because I was out and proud gay
Fair enough.
in a
Granted,
Catholic school.
Yeah. I had to deal with my autism, like, but I at least had, like, parents that, like, they sat me down and they gave me the talk. I thought because I was a teenager and shit like that, they would have told me about the birds and the bees and, you know, the fact that, like, you know, I might be, like, going through some changes and what have you. Nope. That's not what they wanted to talk about. What they wanted to talk about instead was the fact that, hey, you know, there's a reason why you were going to all these after-school lessons about how to read emotions and what people's expressions were and what some people say versus what they mean. Turns out that you have Asperger's. And I was just like, what? And they're like, oh, but don't worry about it. It's not a detriment. There's loads of people with it. The guy that made The Simpsons, Leonardo DiCaprio. There's all sorts of people. And, like, you know, ever since then, it's just wild for me. So, yeah. Real funny. Funny is just, like, getting sat down for a talk and it's just, like, not to know about what sex is and shit, but instead of, like, hey, you just think differently. Yeah. But yeah, my parents obviously
Also,
raised me differently.
my girlfriend just finished a pic using a new shading style. I'm going to explode. It's so good.
Good for you. I was apparently diagnosed on the ASD spectrum at 5. Mom didn't tell me until I was 9. Jesus. Wait, hang on. What's the A? Now comes
That's
the
bitch made. I got diagnosed at 2.
Give me a second. I need to let me open up let me spring out Opera GX and look up the ASD spectrum. What is ASD?
Autism spectrum disorder.
Oh, okay. So that's the term that's like used in the DSM, and so like that's what my thing is right now. So, because like back then it used to be a case of, oh, you can't have autism and ADHD, and if you don't present all the autism things, then you just have a like a reduced thing called Asperger's. Like there was all this kind of stuff, but now they've like done like the update where it actually is a spectrum, and I love like this. Here's
and
the funny thing.
Asperger's is of course a eugenicist term coined by a Nazi.
Yeah. Oh, really?
You didn't know that?
I'm from 1991.
No, Asperger's was like in the 40s.
Formerly used diagnosis was considered milder than other diagnoses. Was named in 1976 by Lorna Wing after the Austrian physician Hans Asperger, who in 1944 described children in his care who struggles to form relationships, did not understand gestures, and were clumsy. 1990s, coming into effect 1993, the diagnosis was included in the 10th edition of the International Classification of Diseases, and in 1994 it was also included in the 4th edition of the American Psychiatric Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. With the publication of the DSM-5 in 2013, the symptom was removed, and the symptoms are now included within the autism spectrum disorder, along with classic autism, pervasive development disorder, not otherwise specified. It was similarly merged into autism in the International Classification of Diseases, number 11 in 2018, published and coming into effect 2012. Okay, so a woman in the 1970s named it after an Austrian pediatrician. Was this the Nazi?
I believe so.
Referred to children to the Spiegelgrund in Vienna during the Nazi period. The clinic was responsible for murdering hundreds of deemed to be unworthy of life as part of the... okay. Yep. Now
Nazi.
that makes so it was named after a Nazi. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Because when you were like, oh yeah, it was aimed by a Nazi, I was just sort of like, it was like it hadn't come into a thing until like 1990 something or other. So I was a little like caught off guard with that one. But yeah, no, that makes sense now that it was named after a Nazi. So, but yeah, we've now got a blah 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 blah. We now have like, just the autism spectrum. Now, one of the funnier things that's come out from that is the fact that I'll need to find it real quickly. Give me a second. Someone has created like, because there is like tests you can do for the for your like quote unquote score of like where your area is and what have you. So hang on a second.
Yeah, I did that prior to getting re-diagnosed.
Yeah, so there's like I'll need to find the test and what have I'll need to find like the history and what have you, but basically someone made, because of how the autism spectrum test was done on the IDR labs or something like that, it gave it to you in this like hexagonal thing. What can of worms did I open? Don't worry, we're getting to a good part. Basically speaking, there came a point where someone was able to create a program in Kaggle where it grabbed the results of your autism results. So like, depression, fixation, abnormal flat speech, noise sensitivity, blah, 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 blah. And then they were able to chart that onto the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures power chart.
Stand wheel.
Yeah, the stand wheel. Thank you very much. So yeah, so basically the guy was just like, oh yeah, it gets this mapping here thanks to Python, and then it grabs like a list of all the different JoJo stands that have a power scaling and puts them into this thing here thanks to the data sheet. And overall what ends up happening is you then end up with the JoJo stand that closely resembles your your autism. And I'm pretty sure I was lucky enough to get Star Platinum. I got a real good fucking stand. I was very fortunate. I would need to do
There
it
we-
again.
I found it.
You found it? You found the what JoJo stand you're thinking Diggy is kind of thing?
Yeah, I linked it.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, so you need to do the IDR's lab for the autism test first. I think it gives you a link to that, and then you take the results from like the PNG or the results at the end via the URL, and then you input it into the code, and then it tells you your closest related stand. So yeah. Real silly nonsense,
I'll
but
kill every one of these bastards.
Nice work, Delta. And Rook, Carmine, you did good.
yippee!
Thanks, Sergeant Phoenix.
Control, this is Delta. Enemy threat eliminated. Over.
Carmine just holding their hand up to
Everything okay
do
on
a
your
fucking
Yeah, it was close, but I got out in time.
What'd you find? Tell me, Anya. Don't bullshit me.
The Jane Doe I mentioned, she fits the description, but... Well, looks like she was released a few days ago. We don't have any info after that.
There's gotta be another lead or something, right?
I'm sorry, Dom. That's it. I'm sorry.
Damn it! Not again! I've lost her again! Ah! God damn it!
Copy that, Anya. Delta out. Dom, you okay?
Just... I'll catch up with you in a sec, Marcus. All right?
Yeah. Whatever you need. Guys, let's go.
Not again.
So wait, is Dom's wife a civilian or was she a soldier? I can't remember which one of the two.
Good question.
Oh, the production value of this game is wildly different. They've got like a full-on like cutscene and standing armies, and let's see what this dialogue is like.
Humans are no strangers to war. After all, we've been fighting for as long as we can remember.
This is true.
War is all we know.
That part is not true, but sure, you're rallying them.
We fought for emulsion. We fought for country. We fought for freedom. But all that changed after E-Day. For 15 years, we've been fighting for our very survival against inhuman, genocidal monsters. But it is a fight we cannot continue. Humanity faces extinction unless we end this war now.
So why land down, Sergeant? Why not just drill down here?
Jacinto's
I'm pretty goddamn autistic, it seems.
Land down's a perfect spot to hit them on their own turf.
Heard there's a shitload of grubs there, Sergeant.
More like 10 shitloads.
We had hoped a light mass bombing would decimate the Locust Horde. But they survived. And have returned stronger than ever. They've brought with them a force that can sink entire cities. Even Jacinto, our last beacon of hope through all these dark days, is now at risk. Soon we'll have...
I wonder what makes Jacinto special for like not being able to have them dig through, because it like there's in a lot of places where they just burst out of and such. Hey, title sequence.
Gears, what I ask of you now is not an easy thing, but it is necessary.
I don't know how to work this. I'm gonna figure it out though.
If we are to live long enough to see the seasons pass, our children grow, and experience a time of peace that we have never known.
This must be refitted mining gear.
Take this fight to...
Because we have trucks this big in like the mines and what have you.
Where they live and where they breed, and we will destroy them. This is the day we take the battle to the heart of the enemy. This is the day that we correct the course of human history. This is the day we ensure.
Oh, we're disconnected from the cloud session for some reason. What the fuck? Something went wrong. What in the world? That's not ideal. Quit the game? Thanks. How long were we playing for? Like an hour and 15? Okay, so we probably didn't even put in like an hour into this game. Alright, let me run this thing again and see. Let's see if this fixes it. You still there, Cap?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so it's not my internet from the looks of it. I'm just waiting for this thing to load now.
Yeah. Streaming be like that.
Streaming always having the scuff. Streaming always having the problems. Thank you for the Xbox notice. Yep, we know it's the Xbox 360. Can I... No, we can't skip this. Alright, so it's like an hour and 15 in. We've had our first crash. I wonder how much of the previous segment we have to play through again. Network settings are being updated. Okay. Alright. Tip of the spear, desperation. Okay. It didn't look like it passed through. Close emergent holes quicker by lobbing grenade. Yeah, okay, so now we're here. Yep.
Grab some cover. We gotta dig in before we can get down there.
Be right back. I forgot a spot on my chin. It's annoying me.
All good, all good.
At the top! Rook, you're with us. Let's move.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
This is Control. We're tracking
Gotcha.
reinforcements to Sector 4.
Probably.
Damn! Man, that was a nice car, too.
Let's head into that store, Delta. We can get a drop on them from there.
Yep. They're teaching us strategy and what have you in this game. Once more with feeling? I need to double check what some of these achievements mean.
At the car!
Disgusting. Get that facial hair off my hairy old face.
You still gotta deal with chin hairs?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm on androgens, but like, man.
Anti-testosterone.
Yeah. I'm on T-block.
Yep.
Still.
Can I get your testosterone? That would be very helpful.
You can feel free. Feel free. It's all yours.
There we go. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's a way for us to skip cutscenes.
Never seen the Locust run
like they did in Reload. I kind of appreciate that. I won't accidentally.
You are pissed today.
Damn right. I missed my family. I'll kill every one of these bastards.
But yeah, like, I'm glad I won't be able to do it like an accidental miss.
Nice work, Delta. And Rook, Carmine, you did good.
Well, thanks, Sergeant Phoenix.
Control, this is Delta. Enemy threat eliminated. Over.
Copy that, Delta.
Which means we also get the
Everything
fun,
okay
like,
on your end?
cutscene of, like, you
Yeah,
know,
it was close.
military,
Ran out in time.
you know,
What'd you
hyping
find?
people up for trying to get into war.
Tell me, Anya. Don't bullshit me.
The Jane Doe I mentioned, she fits the description, but,
Yeah,
well, looks like she was released a few
the
days
propaganda
ago. We don't
machine
have
is
any info after
propaganding.
that.
There's gotta be
Propaganding.
another lead or something, right?
He's having a propaganda at you.
That's it.
Am I right?
I'm sorry.
Damn it! Not again! I've lost her again! Ah!
Pull yourself together.
Damn it!
Copy that, Anya. Delta out. Dom, you okay?
Just... I'll catch up with you in a sec, Marcus. All right?
Yeah. Whatever you need. Guys, let's go.
Not again.
Yeah, that earring doesn't look right on his ear with the limitations of the Xbox 360.
He looks a gay.
It's just more like it just sort of like meshes into the ear, so it looks less of like an independent object in his ear and more like part of his ear.
Are no strangers to war.
Yeah.
After all, we've been fighting for as long as we can remember. War is all we know. In the past, we fought for emulsion. We fought for country. We fought.
So what the fuck is in between my teeth?
But all that changed after E-Day. For 15
I feel like there's something in my
we've
teeth.
been fighting for our very survival against inhuman, genocidal monsters. But it is a fight we cannot continue. Humanity faces extinction unless we end this war now.
So why land?
So you hear that they
Why not just
finally got the joke man into Jujutsu Kaisen.
And land down's a perfect spot to hit them on their own turf.
Hikari?
there's a shitload
No, Takaba.
there, so
Who the fuck is... Oh! Yeah, the comedian.
Yeah.
I'll be frank, like, I haven't watched any of the Jujutsu Kaisen because of, like, just... I already read the manga, and I'm not, like... like, Jujutsu Kaisen, because of, like, its weird, like, power system and, like, the narrative it was trying to share, I wasn't jiving with it the same way. It felt like Demon Slayer to me, where, you know, I don't know, it just wasn't fitting it. It was like someone tried to, like, hype me up for it, as if, like, oh, this was gonna replace Bleach or Naruto or some shit, and I'm like, doesn't do it for me. It feels like D. Gray Man for me, where it's just like, you know, I don't know, the narrative just didn't hook onto me.
Man, I wish Bleach had a better ending.
Not an easy thing.
I will never forgive the Shonen Jump editors.
If we are to survive, if we are to live long enough,
Just doing like the random, like, wait, are you talking about the thousand-year Blood War ending, or the, like...
The ending to Bleach, yes. The Thousand Year Blood War.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, the Thousand Year Blood War wasn't bad, but they had to, like, close it up real quick.
That's fair. Well, apparently the anime is doing, like, some extra nonsense as well, so I need to, like, I'm waiting for more of the dubs to be released, before I, like, you know, watch the rest of the Thousand Year Blood War. Because I read the manga, and other than, like, the rushed ending of, like, you know, the time skip, and then just, like, the weird Deus Ex thingy-majiggy that happened with Ichigo at the very end there.
Yeah,
like,
the Deus Ex Zangetsu.
Yeah, like, other than that, like, I was kind of vibing with it, and I loved, like, that we were getting, like, payoffs such as, like, the first Kenpachi, and, you know, and, or, not Kenpachi, the first,
Zaraki.
The first Zaraki, and then Kenpachi's is, like, Zanbakuto. Like, we were getting some good beats. Hey, he's got a cowboy hat.
Welcome to the big shop, Sergeant Phoenix. You ready to hit the road? You know it. Well, let's go chunk some bullets in them grubs.
Let's chuck some bullets at them grubs. Oh, so I finally got the thing out of my teeth.
Nice.
Looks like a part of a, like, that was biting my nails. It's a terrible habit, I know, but... Alrighty.
Oh yeah, name's Dizzy. My rig's a little sweet thing, Betty. You a conscript?
The thing about comms is when I'm waiting on a response from a client, usually my brain's like,
Life's a bitch.
they're not gonna respond for a little while. Why don't we just play a little bit of video games? Just play a little bit of video games. We'll get right back to it once we've done a little video games.
Good on
And that's the devil talking. Because it's never a little bit of video games.
Report rig 314 and you're heading.
You're already doing a little bit of video games by having, you know, me here.
Alright.
A little bit more video games. A little bit of Elder Scrolls. A little bit of Mage Quests.
Also, I feel like the volume of the game is a bit too strong, so I'm gonna do it here, actually. I'm gonna do like -4 or something like that. So then that way, alright, resume.
And I also want to get Pokopia.
Yeah, Pokopia, like there is some games, if I wasn't like if I wasn't trying to stream all the time or having a full-time job, I probably would be playing way more games just for the vibes of it. Like new Pokemon games, old Pokemon games, like Nier Automata, Binding of Isaac.
Clearing the path.
Balls.
Scratch that. We have
Ball X Pit. That's actually honestly a good fun game. You would like it.
I'm gonna keep it real. I said balls because that's one of the pills. Balls. Have you played Binding of Isaac, or is that like a?
No, I haven't played Binding of Isaac.
Sweet Jesus, you should stream it. It'd be fun.
I'll put that on the list. All right.
Yeah.
I think it is already on the list. It's just I want to go through like franchises a little bit more before I go through like individual like, you know, high thinkies.
Yeah. Doesn't help that the Afterbirth Plus bundle is $50. Which is actually a very good price for the game.
Yep.
I think.
Don't let them sis hit me! We'll be a bunch of crispy fried hogs.
Shoot down the mortars. Oh, Jesus.
Delta, hit those mortars! Come on, damn it! Shoot that shit for it!
Engaging!
I'm sorry to bounce so early.
That's okay.
But my girlfriend calling me.
All good, all good. I appreciate you dropping in here for as quickly as you did and saying hi in the stream at the very least.
Alright, I'll catch you later. Bye!
Bye!
To the left. Keep that Reaver away from the rig.
Yep. Ah, come on.
Nice one, boy! Take care of them buggers.
That was a little too close.
Attention ground forces. The path towards land down is clear. We'll cover your back. 3-6 over.
Copy that.
The whole point of a rotating turret is so then that way the barrel didn't overheat. Like, that's the whole point. Like, it's not like it's supposed to be able to do sustained fire, but the fact that like it has the rotating barrel means that each barrel is like, you know, doing a cold bore shot basically without and like at a much higher rate than you would have tried with like normal assault rifles. A friend told me about this. Yep, we crashed.
I'm coming. Get my back while I patch up Betty, will you?
Patch and Betty. She a sensitive gal. We just need to do a lot of work before we can get her rolling.
E-hole! Close it up and protect the rig. Her name's Betty.
Control, Centaur 2-3 here. Centaur 0-3 is hit and commencing repairs. Could use some backup. Over.
Copy that. Diverting choppers your way. Rick Group 6 nearing your position. Control out.
I don't have any grenades, which is a problem.
All rigs, be advised. Reavers inbound.
Shit! Take them off and zero in on our position.
Hang in there, Gears. We got you covered.
Gotcha! They're flanking us on the ridge.
Hello.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, they're up there. Shit.
To the right.
God, it's so weird trying to like aim with a controller in a shooting game.
Keep it up, boy! Almost got Betty all birdied up. Nice!
Oh, there's the grenades. Nice.
Here comes some more!
Oh, come on, it's just mortars incoming!
Get to the rig!
Come on already! Shit, what are you waiting for? We're closing in on us, damn it! We gotta get the hell out of here!
Yep. All right. I'm moving. I'm moving. There we go. Oh, damn it. Sorry. I accidentally clicked away. Turret.
Thanks for the hand back there, Henny.
You know it, Dizzy.
Penny and Dizzy. Nice.
Control, we took out some cedars. Air should be clear of mortars, over.
Copy that, 1-8. Great news. Rick Group 3 needs an assist. Over.
Roger, 1-8 on its way.
Whoa, something big went down here.
Delta, Control here. I'm detecting serious seismic activity beneath you.
Okay.
Grapplers! We are so screwed!
Hey, quit your yapping. Dizzy, get us out of here. You ain't gonna tell me twice.
Oh boy. Also, why is there random chains on the railing? What's the purpose of these chains? They're right there for whatever reason.
Oh, shit, boy, that ain't gonna work. They call it bulletproof for a reason.
Here I was hoping that, oh my god, they got Ava looking extra scantily on G53 over there. I wasn't expecting that.
Centaur 2-3, I have 2 birds moving to your position, a third on its way.
Centaur 2-3 is down. Divert assistance.
Copy that, Delta.
Cool, they're protecting the...
Got hooks coming up!
Keep them off the rig, Delta! Take out the hooks!
More grapplers! We gotta get closer!
Fuck you in particular.
Aim for fire there! Quick! Well, think faster! Just that jumping hold of all!
You think there would be a way to stop him?
These gals gonna have a threesome on that bridge! Only room for one! In these boots, boys! Rank 'em off!
Delta, take out the driver!
Make it a quickie, boys!
There we go. Dead. Woo!
Yeah! Nice work, Delta. Control.
Good stuff.
Land down's in sight.
Roger that. Determining launch coordinates now. Control out.
Excuse me. Oh, I think I accidentally got stuck. There we go. Now I'm free.
Brumac!
Multiple Brumac, south side of Landdown. We're not out of the woods yet.
Yep. There we go. Brumac is... Oh, there's another one.
Too many of them! We need some backup! We need some backup! Control, we're being overrun. Recommend evacuating all rigs directly to the city. Over.
Copy that, Priestess. All rigs, move to land down. I repeat, all rigs, break off and move to land down.
Oh, cool. Turret did that. Alright, where's the next one? Oh. Okay, hopefully this turret isn't a... Oh. Oh god. Let's get rid of you.
Come on! Let's get out of here!
Hang on, boy!
Oh, another one. And it's gone.
Don't slow down for anything, Dizzy! We gotta get through him, Delta!
Somebody get on the turret!
Shoot the...
There we go. Yeah, got him. Get fucked. Hey, another achievement. Although this... I'm running on a 1440p monitor, so it's interesting when the cloud gaming just decides to just be like, let's compress you down to 720p real quick. Nope. Those are not friendly bombs. Damn! You survived all that?
Marcus, is that Ty?
Yeah, told you he was tough to kill. Let's get down there, Gears.
Ow. Why you gotta do this to me, Blue?
Fate has thrown us together again, huh, Marcus?
Looks that way. Welcome back to Delta, Ty. Sorry about your squad.
Everything happens for a reason.
Oh, you're gonna be... Okay, fine. Hopefully the game doesn't crash here. Nope, it doesn't, thank goodness.
What the hell happened to Lola?
Lola!
We hit some mines. Tickers, I think. The whole area is infested.
Okay, Delta, head to the monument in the center of town. That's going to be your best place to drill.
Wilco control. Delta out. You heard her, Dizzy.
What does Wilco mean? Alright, saving content. There we go. Let's go this way. Oh, okay. There we go. Why 3, honestly? Nope, nothing of import. Grab some random ammo, because we can. Hey, grenades. Those are probably going to be very useful. Oh, another thingy-majiggy to collect. Devastation! They came during the night. That was the word from survivors who endured a harrowing 24 hours in which Locust forces bombarded the town with grenades, nemesists, and mortars. Through areas around Landown has been attacked during the recent months. Nothing could prepare the city for the massive destruction that took place. 5 years had passed since E-Day, but Landown residents felt like they were experiencing that horrific day all over again. Mayor Leland asks for more gears. Following the attack on Laydown and the Winter of Sorrows experienced by the surrounding area, Mayor Gerald Leland has asked the COG to deploy more gears to the Landown barracks. Okay, so E-Day was like Emergence Day. We learned that from the first one. And through... Thank you for the gear. Like, we're now like 14 years after that, and like in that time we've done a thingy-majiggy. Oh, these are new.
Tickers. Locusts use them like landmines, so keep your distance.
I'm telling you, y'all gotta clear the way so Betty can move on through.
Yeah, yeah.
And Betty don't like ugly.
Oh boy. Alright, they're bombers. There's the next bomber. Alright, which...
Delta, KR-51 is reporting Nemesis occupying your local airspace. Can you confirm?
Nothing in sight yet, Control, but we'll keep an eye out.
Alrighty. But yeah. I particularly like games that don't have, like, a super long, like, play time to them. Like, I know, like, there was a trend back in the late 2010s where they were like, play this video game. It will have hundreds of hours of playtime before you finish with the main story. And it's like, I don't exactly want that.
Has been under Locust control for so long. You think we'd have launched this assault years ago?
I'm sure the COG had their reasons. Just probably weren't good ones.
There we go.
All clear!
Painful.
Ain't that the berries? No more tickers. Betty's a happy lady.
Good for
Glad
Betty.
to hear it. Just keep moving.
But yeah, like, I like the game. Like, sure, like, there's some exceptions to the rules, like some of the Kingdom Hearts games, but I don't think Kingdom Hearts ever, like, overstayed its welcome. Like, how many hours did I put into Kingdom Hearts 3? Like, 20 hours?
Remaining at town perimeter. Over.
Delta, clear all Nemesis.
I love when a game has an abundance of things to do, so you really get your money's worth, but it shouldn't be crammed in the main story. It should be optional content. Yeah. Like, what's more is I wouldn't want to... Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I can throw a grenade.
In the window! Looks dead to me.
Oh boy. Oh, thank goodness there is actually like a... That's why we had some of them crawling and some of them not. Interesting.
Delta here. We're still under heavy fire from our left flank.
Ooh, hello.
Centaur 4-9 moving into position. Opening fire.
Is there an upstairs? No, there isn't.
This.
Truck driver's note. So I got a truck full of fresh ammo, and they want to... Actually, let me go back to what Moonwolf was talking about. Like one of the video games that I was going to try and play that kind of just like took me off the entire franchise at this point now was some of the modern Yakuza games. So one of them was Yakuza, was Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. I felt like that game would have had a decent story, but for whatever reason, it decided to just like force me into side content, and it would do things such as not just the thing of like, oh, hey, you know, just give it a few hours before you go into the next main story. It's instead things like, oh, this side thing you don't want to engage in, which does like leveling up sequences, you need to go into that side content because you can't go through the main story until your level in this region or this like, you know, this like trust network or something like that goes up another level. Oh, you want to go through the main story already now that you've finished that one to level 2? Well, you're going to need to do this again and get it up to level 3. And I'm like, no, just let me play through the main story. I already have all the tools I need to like progress from one thing to the next because like the combat, like it's applicable. It works. Like I don't need you to like cram the optional content either in order for me to go through the side story. So like just to add on to your thing, Wolf Moon. God damn, I need a piss. I am so sorry. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I am so sorry. I need to go to the bathroom. Let me just do a little dance and run a little advertisement. I'm probably just gonna run it for like 30 seconds because it's just a bathroom break. And you know what? Just a BRB screen, so you get some entertainment. Oh, gosh. Bathroom.
Anything they want.
Oh, here we go. Some lovely meat with some cheese and dipping it in honey. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Alrighty, Crouton. You do your best. Look at this silly little guy. DJ! Look at this silly little guy. He's just a little guy. Alright. I did my bathroom break. Hopefully everyone else went for their quick bathroom break or what have you. There we go. There we go. Ding dong habam. Habong. Alrighty then, welcome back everyone. Hang on, I just need to get the controller working again. Alright, back. So, I got a truck full of fresh ammo and they want me to deliver it to the Riot complex. What, are you kidding me? That's outside of town by that sinkhole. This is something the gear should be doing, not the civilian. Hell, I should at least have an escort on this mission. Sometimes I wonder if the cogs actually want to win this war. And don't even get me started on the emulsion prices these days. Energy barons and the cog are lucky we're in a war. Bet they'd have a revolt on their hands otherwise.
Come on, Delta, show some power! Copy that, Cole. Thanks for the assist.
There we go. But yeah, like...
I help at all, Delta.
I feel like some RPG, like I feel like a Dragon, like the not Resident Evil, sorry, the Yakuza 7 game, Like a Dragon, that one did it fairly okay, I feel.
Thanks, 5-1.
There's games that require you to do a bunch of filler side missions for gadgets and skills and levels needed for story, and that's not something a lot of people enjoy. It ruins the momentum. Yeah, no, exactly. I feel like I'm trying to think of a game that did it well, like the balance of side content and main content. And I think the one that does it has been, like, a part of me feels like,
You're gonna have to back in the trucks to get.
like, I'm trying to think, like, Legend of Zelda, I think, does it relatively okay. Because, like, the side content is, like, you know, just exploratory nonsense, and some of it is like, oh, you need it to get stronger and such, but it doesn't prevent you from ignoring it and just running through it. So, like, the momentum of the story is dictated by you, the player, rather than by, like, artificial barriers by the
I
game.
wonder why they don't just give us flashlights.
Kid's got a point.
What?
Might versus light.
Meaning...
That I'd take an extra gun over a flashlight any day.
Cool. But yeah, like, I think games such as The Legend of Zelda, when they did Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, or, like, actually, argumentatively, like, Fallout 3. Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, I feel like some of those games, they can do, like, I feel like they can do, like, the whole, like, you know, progression through the main story and ignoring the side content. They have done it fairly well. I want to say, like, I've played Darksiders 2 off stream, like, years ago, before I did streaming, I should say. I was going to give Zelda an example of a game that doesn't do that kind of thing, but I didn't because I'm new to you and don't know if you've played Zelda. But yeah, I never felt forced in the filler fluff with a Zelda game. Yeah, so, okay, so to put into context, some of the I've played through on stream, I've played through the Mass Effect series. I've played through Zelda, the Calamity game. So we've played Breath of the Wild and the Breath of the Wild sequel. I've played through the Devil May Cry series. I've played through Kingdom Hearts. I've played through Resident Evil Remake 2, 4, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil Requiem actually was like a week ago as well. I got that done in 1 week, so yay for me. Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Wilds. I played BioShock 1 and 2 on stream, but technically I've played all the BioShock games before streaming. I've played through a few things. I've done a few. I've done a few games. But yeah, like, No Man's Sky, there's a few games that I've played off stream and what have you, or before my time in streaming, but to give you a little bit of an understanding, Metal Gear Solid, that's something I've played on stream. To give you a little bit of an understanding of, like, the likelihood that I haven't played a game, if the game is featured on the Nintendo 64, the Nintendo GameCube, I probably haven't played it. If it was featured on the PlayStation 2, I probably didn't play it. If it was featured on the PlayStation 3, and it wasn't a multi-console, I probably didn't play it. I played through the Assassin's Creed series, so like I haven't, there's a number of games that I haven't played, and I didn't really get into playing video games until, like, the tail end of, I think it was the 8th generation of consoles. Let me whip out Opera GX real quick and confirm what the 8th generation of consoles were. 8th generation consoles. That was from 2012, consisting of 4 consoles. The Wii U, the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, and the Nintendo. Okay, no, I've played a little bit before then. I have probably played from the tail... I probably played at the tail end of the 7th generation. So I probably would have gotten in at around, like, probably partway through the Xbox 360 era. That's probably when I started getting in. So yeah, because I didn't have a PlayStation 3 and I didn't play on that. So games like Gran Turismo, Ratchet and Clank, God of War, Little Big Planet, I didn't play those. Guns of the Patriot. I need to find the time to play that because I've been going through the Metal Gear Solid series on stream, and we've gone through the first 3 Metal Gear Solid games. So Metal Gear Solid 4, I need to figure out whether I'm going to wait for the Master Collection Volume 2 to come out, or if I borrow a PlayStation 3 from a friend and grab a copy of, Guns of the Patriot. I did play a little bit of Monster Hunter, but that's Monster Hunter World. I've played Assassin's Creed. I don't know what that is. Okay, so when did the Xbox 360 came out in 2005? Oh, no, it came in Australia 2006. Okay. So we got it like a little bit later, and it was region locked as well. 465 selected games. An official hard drive required to play emulated games. All right, let's have a look. So, nope, didn't play that, nope, 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 nope. That one I think I played because it was available on PC, and it was like one of the few games you could play. Nope, 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 nope. Weirdly enough, I didn't play the first Blinks, but I did play the second Blink. So I had an Xbox. So I had an Xbox at one point because Blinks 2 was only available on the Xbox, and then they ported it to the Xbox 360. So I probably had an Xbox game because there was, let's see, nope, 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 nope. Breeders' Cup, nope. Not Brute Force, not Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Burger King, nope, nope. I've played Burnout 3 Takedown. I've played a little bit of that. I think I played Dangerous Hunts. I think I played Cabela's Dangerous Hunts. That was kind of like vaguely remember like running away from wolves or something. I played through Call of Duty 3. Nope, 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 nope. Let's see here. I tried to play Conquer Live and Reloaded at the start, but yeah, I didn't get very far into the game and did nothing with it. I did play through the Wrath of Cortex. I remember that from like because my sister and we debated over getting an Xbox or a PlayStation 2, and so we went with the Xbox, and I think Wrath of Cortex was something she wanted to play. Yep, I played a little bit of Crash to Insanity, never finished it. Crouching, nope, didn't play that. I played a little bit of the Da Vinci Code. No idea about that. Nope, 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 nope. I did play Dungeons and Dragons Heroes. That was a co-op game as well. That was fun to play with a friend. You're getting in some pretty great games. I've been in achievement grinding in Devil May Cry 5, which is something I don't usually do. I'm not really an achievement kind of guy, but I'm doing really well. You beat Urizen in the prologue and got the Well I'll Be Damned achievement the other day. Gonna be getting back into the Metal Gear franchise soon because I haven't played in years. Probably gonna replay some older Assassin's Creed too. Nice, nice. I've played through the older Assassin's Creeds like years and years ago, and like most narrative-driven games, I'm probably gonna play them once, and that's about it. So, and I'm not an achievement hunter myself either. So, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Morrowind, nope. 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 I did play through Fable. Although I did play through, it was Fable The Lost Chapters, I believe. Nope. Nope. None of the FIFA games. Nope. 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 Not Forza Motorsports. Nope. There's a lot of games that got ported from the Xbox to the Xbox 360. Didn't play through Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto C, Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City and San Andreas entries. Nope. Nope. Guilty Gear X2. The Guy game? The fuck? Looks so fucking stupid. Nope, haven't played Half-Life. I did play through Halo 2, I think it was. Yeah, I went through Halo 2. Okay, so I got into the tail end of Xbox. Got into the Xbox 360 with a lot more of the games, though. So that's how I've been going. Alrighty, then. Alrighty, now I've got a little more context of when I started. Alright. Disconnected from cloud gaming session. What do you mean? Like, hang on, like... That's the second time I got disconnected now. What's going on? Like, why am I getting disconnected? Disconnected from cloud gaming. Yeah, after like... game closed unexpectedly. Usually caused by unstable internet, high latency, or server-side issues. Restarting the app, checking for service outages, power cycling your router, switching to a wire. I'm already on a wired connection. All right, so probably what I need to do is just, you know, double check and make sure that... I just need to double check and make sure that my game is not being problematic. Okay, close that. Close that. And then let's go Xbox. I wonder if I just need to start the application again. Please log into... What? It's not logged in? What in the shit happened? Hang on. You can now close and return to the thingamadiggy. Alright, cool. Fish. Pet. Video restaurant 3. Because you wanted to do that 3 times. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, let's try and get this game playing again. Knowing my luck, I didn't get to the needful. I didn't get to the needful what's-mahoozy thing, so... Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, started the game. Is there a way for me to check? What's up? Wah. All right, here we go. It's just updating it. Still need 1 wheel. Oh, is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to get through the you're trying to find that random like wheel or what have you. Well, best of luck. Okay, cool. So we didn't lose much progress this time around. That's good.
Damn! It's darker than a rat's ass in here. Let me light up Betty's titties.
Yeah. Let me light up Betty's titties.
That all you got?
It's funny that like it's really fucking dark on the inside, but then it's like the minute you see the scurrying like animation or what have you, it's just like, yep, all right, let me just shoot over there. Go. Make sure they don't shoot our boy. Yeah, see how there's like a little like dust effect around them? Like even when they're in like pitch black.
Looks dead to me.
Could they like stop getting so close, please? That'd be greatly appreciated. Dog tags! Cog tag of CSID 5. I'm not reading all that. I'm nervous, Ma. I'm not afraid to admit it. We're heading to Landdown tomorrow, and I know a lot of us ain't gonna make it back. For all we know, this is the last night of our lives. You always said I should live every day like it was my last. I've tried to do that, but I can't say I've done that every day. I wish I had now. But you also used to tell me not to regret, just to move forward, keep learning. Everything's working out in time. If I hadn't lived every day like I should have, well, I figured at least I got tonight. It's a clear night too. Stars look especially shiny tonight. I'd like to think that winking one's you. Ma, watch over me. Help me get through tomorrow. I promise I'll cherish each and every day. Your boy, Sammy. Dun, 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 dun.
Dizzy, we could use some light.
Go away! I got your back like a butler.
Nah.
Out of the way.
So far, so good.
Tickers.
Oh, that's Dom. God damn you, Dom. What are you doing hiding out in the dark? More Reavers. God damn you.
Reaver, look out!
There we go. There's 5 Gears of War games, aren't there? Oh no, 6. There's 1, 2, 3, Judgment, 4, and 5, I believe.
Let's move!
Avoid the mortar, go in a hotel. Good work, Carmine. Nice work. All right, swapping over to shotgun for close quarters. Hell yeah. That's what we want to see.
Scratch one grub.
Damn it.
Drop a mortar through the roof. I need a way in.
On it! Wait for it! Wait for it!
Alright, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Thank you.
Thanks! Let's move!
Go. Go. That's a tall boy, chat. This furniture drawers, that's a tall boy.
Good night.
Thank you. There we go. Where's the next guy? All right, through here we go. Oh, okay.
Mortars are all clear, Dizzy. Let's get to the drilling zone. I think we'll ride the rest of the way.
Awesome. Pick up some ammo.
We got a Bruma coming out of the tunnel.
Oh, hell! He's gonna try to molest my base! Delta, defend the rig!
100 meters. No. Okay, cool. I lucked out with that 100 meters-ish to get a hit on them.
Welcome back, boys! Good job!
Hi there, Dizzy. Hello, Betsy. Thank you for the head pats. I greatly appreciate it, Het.
Damn. Talk about a graveyard.
Dirty grub, shit all over this place. I got no respect for the dead. A lot of good soldiers from the Pendulum Wars buried here.
I love how, like, the pinup girl on the side is just so much brighter than the rest of the rig.
Control, this is Delta. We've reached the drill zone.
Roger that, Delta.
Are they seriously letting me hold?
We're getting the lifts in position now. As long as Delta keeps my ass covered.
Roger that. Control out.
Locust! We've got a grub hole! Ooh, that's
nice.
Are these the 10 shitloads you were talking about, Sergeant?
What do you think? Hit him hard, Delta! Make sure they don't hit Betty and the girl! Otherwise, this mission is done! Oh, yeah!
Damn it! They keep coming!
AR-1
Delta, hit those mortars!
This wake entire area is overrun.
Who's next? Shit! We lost our weapon!
Oh. Where's my...
We got grubs climbing on the rig!
Fucking... Oh, there they are.
Movers! Keep your head down!
Slide them movers, Delta! Take it! That is one shot away from heaven, Delta!
Delta, control. You must deploy now. Repeat, deploy now. We're taking too many casualties.
Dizzy, we gotta go now! Alrighty, grab this, ready to rock, Delta!
Alright, that's all the ammo. Looks like Zeebs needs the Eebs. I don't need the Eebs. I just need exciting gameplay is what I need. And conversation.
Yo, Marcus.
Yeah?
Yeah, Don.
If something happens to me, promise me you'll look for Maria.
Nah, we got a Carmine in our squad. Apparently he's gonna die. Like, there's always a Carmine dying in every game. So if anyone's gonna die, it's gonna be him. What the fuck are you? What predator-ass fighter is this? Holy shit, it can actually slice fuckers. Oh, is this like an ODST drop? Holy shit, it's like an ODST drop.
What the hell is that? I'll hold them off, boys! Get your asses down there!
Best of luck, sir.
Damn it! Whoop-a!
We're stuck. Alright.
Ah, fuck!
With a face made to be a target. Yep. Hey, look at that. So we have like our own little like digging mechanic. So while they may be burrowing up into the surface, we'll burrow down into the hollow. Oh, and we get knocked off course, I imagine, because of all the weird, like, tougher rocks. There we go.
Man, if Cole used to puke on a raven...
Oh, damn it. Sorry, my bad.
He must be tagging the walls with Chook right now. Damn. So this is what the inner hollow looks like.
Ty, this is Marcus. Do you read me? Ty! Dizzy? Dizzy, you there? Oh, shit. Control, this is Delta. Do you read?
We're probably too far down. Oh, hey, hello.
We've lost contact with the surface.
Oh, okay.
We're limited to short-range radio, but we've got a line on a cedar.
Roger that, Alpha 1. Good hunting.
Alright, alright.
Sarge, can you hear me?
Carmine, what's your position?
Not really sure, sir. I think my lift went off course.
Is Ty with you?
No, he jumped out before launch. But I see another lift up ahead.
All right, head that way and we'll catch up. Don't engage the enemy. Just defend your position.
Will do, Sarge. Wish me luck.
Hang in there, Rook. We'll be there soon. Let's go find Carmine.
Alright, here we go.
Dom, let's split up. We'll find him faster.
Very desaturated. I guess a product of its time.
This is Control. Surface comm re-established thanks to Alpha 1.
Good to hear, Control.
And keep an eye on the ceilings, Delta. Grind lifts could be dropping down all around you.
Roger that. Any word from Ty or Dizzy?
Sorry, Marcus. Drill zone's gone dark. I'll keep trying. Oh, and Marcus, be careful down there, all right?
Yeah. Thanks, Anya. Delta out.
This is Corporal Stratton of Alpha 7. We're in the hollow.
Jace, this is Delta. Good to have you here. Good luck out there.
You too, Marcus. Thanks. Stratton out.
Just infinite hoop scooping run. Was I meant to be able to follow? Nah, whatever. Alright. More peeps. Oh, that was not his intention, I think.
Sarge, we're under attack! Locusts are everywhere! Shit!
Keep it together, Rook. Dom, double time.
Shit, they're all dead! They're all dead, Sarge! It's just me!
Let's get in there, Dom. That's it.
Echo. Did we regroup with Carmine? Yeah, that looks like him.
Sarge! I made it!
Rook! You did good. Control, this is Delta. We got Carmine, but it looks like Echo 5 is down. We're heading deeper into the hollow.
Tunnel maps show direct access approximately 30 meters ahead.
But, sir, there's a wall there?
What about the grind lift?
I think it's busted, sir.
Jack, see what you can do.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
More locusts!
I've been doing my best to stick to like the intensive diet that I told myself I was gonna have like before I did the move and such. I have not been sticking to it very well, except for the last 3 days. I've actually stuck to it and such like that, and I think I'm just getting hit with the, you know, the whole reduced like calories thing is definitely hitting my body at this point. And I don't want to like, as much as I want to enjoy food and what have you, I do not want to have it like, I don't want to, you know, fuck up my my body and all that before I've gone to Texas, because I imagine if I'm gonna have like a crazy, you know.
Jack needs more time.
Tell his little robot ass to hurry up.
Like, oh, hello. Like, I want to be able to, like, enjoy my time in Texas and eat whatever the fuck I want there.
Frag out!
Nice throw!
Lock and load!
So, yeah. Because, yeah, I want to enjoy foods like Texas barbecue, the Rainforest Cafe,
Operational now.
like,
Thanks, Control.
all the good stuff.
All right, let's give this lift a shove.
Hang on, where's the...
Sweet.
Go.
Nice!
Where is... Okay, so I... Alright, can't pick up any more of that ammo. But yeah, I want to enjoy myself, and the best way to do that is to manage my weight before I go there. Alright.
Sweet.
Ding. Ah, nice. Okay, I thought this thing was gonna be like turned over. Hi there, Bookie. Welcome, welcome.
Have a filtering system on them, right? If you wore a helmet, then you wouldn't have to breathe in the dust.
Yeah, but I wouldn't see snipers so well then, would I?
Cool it, dumb.
This is Omega 1. We are about to be overrun.
Let's get down there, Delta. Scratch one thrust. Take it!
right, let's head down. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly alright. Sticking to the intensive diet as best as I can. All set. I'm like about as set as I can be for heading to the Texas Furry Fiesta that's going off in like I'll be going up to Texas in like 10 days. Got my flights sorted, got my international driver's permit booklet, got the funds I need for the hotel and all the other nonsense that's going off on the side. And also I have my leave organized. I got that leave sorted like last year, so I'm looking forward to the trip. I honestly am looking forward, and it's probably going to be a very interesting time, like giving myself like a proper week of, you know, not working and what have you, and it's going to be an interesting holiday because, like, you know, I didn't really like, I was on a cruise like for like after Christmas before New Year's, and like it was surrounded by family, and I don't know, there was just something about it that just, you know, wasn't the same sort of enjoyment. I wonder if I'm gonna have like the same sort of problems like with this trip, because I won't have my PC with me, and I don't really have a like a laptop to take with me as well. So like at best I can probably bring like the Nintendo Switch and the iPad. So yeah, it's gonna be I wonder if I'm gonna have like, you know, any like small troubles trying to, you know, take a week off and not stream, not, you know, have the opportunity of like playing the video games and what have you that I have on the intensive PC thing. So, but we'll see. I'm hoping that it will be a good time, because like I'll be able to hang out with like peeps that I hang out in Discord like all the time, but instead of, you know, at a terrible timing where they're in American time and I'm on Australian time, we all are on the same sort of time zone, and we have an opportunity to, you know, hang out together on things such as like, you know, arcade, movie theater, the rainforest. Oh, he's dead? Cool. Awesome. Grab you. And grab you. But yeah, how's it going on your side, Wookie?
Thanks for helping me. We'll stay here and secure the area until we can move our wounded.
Delta, this is Control. Do you still read me?
Hey there, Jack.
Roger
or,
that, Control.
That's Anya,
Some
isn't
static.
it? Yeah,
We
that's
copy.
Anya.
We're picking up massive seismic activity beneath.
You're not doing so good, me and your partner. Oh no!
Wilco Control.
Oh, that's not.
We'll look into
that's
it.
not good.
Thanks, Delta.
Are you gonna be okay? Like, do you have like peeps to hang out with a little bit, so then that way you're not like, because I feel like when you get bad news like that, like it's important to be able to like hang out with peeps, like IRL wise as well, or at least in a VC.
I'll keep an eye out on you. Thanks.
Of course. Control out.
Okay, let's move out.
You got someone coming to hang on Sunday? That's good. That's good. But today's Friday, and like, you gotta wait until Sunday? Like, that's a bit of a wait, isn't it? You got like, highly recommend if you got housemates, hang out with the housemates. That's what I've done whenever there's been bad news or good news. Is I've like tried to, you know, lean on the housemates for positive interactions and such. Because here's the thing: is we're like,
I don't think this place is stable.
Probably isn't. So keep moving.
The devastation of
What do I look like, a fucking botanist? Some kind of plant? I don't know.
What do I look like? Some kind of botanist?
Wretches!
Yep. But yeah, like, we're social creatures at heart, so interactions with people is like very important, even if it's just like in like voice or just physical. Like, they go a long way. So that's why, like, you know, it's devastating when, you know, we got partners that split up or death in the family. What the fuck is this?
Control, you have any info on this thing? It looks like a big snake or a worm made of stone.
Recent intel lists it as a rockworm. Not sure if it's dangerous, but we do know it's an indigenous cave creature that feeds on plants. Right. We've had reports that those are one of its main food sources. And we've also been told that the worms are nearly indestructible. Apparently gunfire doesn't affect them at all.
She's right. That thing's not even paying attention to you.
Yep, it's just a giant rock. Yeah, so... It's a rock work. Oh, there's probably like another... There's probably like another plant we can shoot over... Okay, never mind. Oh, wait. There we go. I'm an idiot.
Marcus, you think Dizzy and Ty made it up there?
I don't know. I hope so. Ty's as tough as a Brumok, though, so if anyone could make it, it'd be him.
So who the hell was that screaming locust?
No idea. Crazy bastard cut through a friggin' tank, though. He's gotta be a locust big shot or something.
What, like Rom?
We just touched down in Hollow about half an hour ago. Things are quiet. Too quiet. I don't like it. It's kind of pretty down here, in a weird way. But the calm is worse than a firefight. I know what to do in a fight. Waiting just makes me edgy. Still a bit dizzy, too. Might just be from the ride down here, though. Grind lifts shake the crap out of you. I hate being dizzy. Doc said it was normal, some kind of vertigo. Probably from the battlefield eardrums always getting hammered from the gunfire and explosions. Cough doesn't seem as bad today. That's good. But I'm on edge. Could throw up if I let myself. Not going to. But I'm ready for this stuff to start. I'm tired of waiting.
Maybe. But he made Rom look like a goddamn pushover.
Hi there, Velk. Where's Vertigo? Oh, because Vertigo. Clever. Fucking clever.
Which way, Marcus?
You take the rook left. I'll take the right.
Got it.
We're just gonna meet up in the same... Meow.
Not the sandbags!
Okay, can these guys, like, stop, like, you know...
Frag out!
You done goofed. Haha, you were foiled by my plan. You jumped out of the sandbags for a moment. Here we go, here we go. Ah! Being social creatures is such a curse for some people. Curse and a blessing. My desire to make friends has led me to becoming friends with some amazing people, but it's a curse because I can't see them. Such is the life of someone like me. No car and pretty isolated. Honestly jealous of anyone who can make a friend and come over and go see a friend, whoever one is feeling down. You die for a hug. Damn! Damn, Moonwolf! I don't have a car. That's kind of like...
Which way,
and
Marcus?
I feel myself, like... All right, hang on. Let me just pick up these grenades again. That's kind of unfortunate that like the feeling of isolation and such.
I'll take the
third places are kind of a great need.
Come on.
So, like, for instance, probably one of the better social things that I take part of is is on Tuesday nights I do the trivia thing. Like I go to a trivia night with a group of pals and such like that. That has been like I got invited to that by my old boss from work and what have you, and let me tell you, that is a very important social like event for me, quite frankly. Like it's because on Tuesdays I work from home and what have you, so I can get like a little stir crazy if I stay home and I'm just like, you know, anxiety ridden with like, you know, needing to do work or my job and I can't play video games or hang out in Discords with friends. So being able to later on go out to trivia, have some good food, hang out with peeps and what have you was very, very much important. And like, I don't normally go to a bar. That's kind of outside of my element of like, you know, honestly. But the fact is that it was good for me.
Man, I was expecting a base here or something.
Well, maybe it's just a staging area. Probably a base down deeper.
Sarge?
Yeah?
What's up?
You really think we're gonna see the surface again?
Yeah. Yeah, kid, I do.
There we go. Hoping that'll change by the end of the year. Find a library. Find a pub that does like events like trivia nights. Because like if you go to places that host to try and support other people to come along and such like that, you might find a way of, you know, you might find new connections and ones that might even be able to like, you know, give you lifts and things. Love to do something like family gatherings are the only time I'm able to get out, though since my family will take me, been looking for a job in walking distance. You made a friend who might be able to take you to stuff every once in a while, but that's not guaranteed. Any train stations? Any buses? I don't know what your public transport situation is in your country. Like ours isn't like, you know, super great. There is some like good spots to it and what have you, especially when you're in the city. So I don't know if you're like out in the sticks.
I'm out.
Nice throw!
There we go. Okay, did you just duck on? There we go. And hit the wall, and it does like a back blast. That's good. That's good. Reload you. Okay, so I did hit the hole with my grenade. Lucky me.
Carmine, could be snipers in the area. Keep a lookout.
I love how he tells Carmine explicitly that. He's like, keep a lookout for snipers. Because the last Carmine got shot by a sniper. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Making our way downtown. Ooh, sniper. Okay. Swap to you real quick. There we go.
Got the sandbags! Hardly seems fair. Bullets. Hardly seems fair.
Hell yeah.
Damn. bags! Back in your hole! Nice!
Come on, poke your head out. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, the worm's still moving. Nope, American, out in the country.
Let's split up here.
Little suburban area, bunch of houses, single gas station run by people who hardly speak English, and a field all around 5 miles. God damn! America is a real driving kind of city.
Watch the sides, Delta.
That's kind of why I've like decided like I haven't driven in a number of years. I got my open license here in Australia, but
Anybody need some sniper practice?
Ooh, hello.
That's one.
Damn it. Could you, you know, not be so shit? There we go. 3. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
That's 4!
Is he just gonna count all of them? God damn you. Waste of my bullets. But yeah, so when I'm going to Texas in like a week, I'm gonna be getting myself a rental. So then that way I have an opportunity, like, because I don't know, like, I know, like, if I'm directly in the city of Dallas, I'm probably gonna have options for public transport and such. But the thing is that some of the plans for when I am in, like, Texas are doing things like going off north past a Buc-ee's to get to Denton, heading into Warhammer Store, which is off to the west. Like, there's a lot of, like, we're going to a lot of different places that is not in explicitly Dallas. So, yeah. I feel like in order to, like if I did, like, an Uber thingamadiggy, like, I've looked at the cost of Ubers. It's, like, $40 for some of the distance, and it's, like, that's in one direction. And considering I could spend, like, as little as, like, $60 a day for a car, like, I would much rather, you know, a car for that day and such. So, now, my mom is very, very worried for me. One, because I'm going to Texas, and she thinks that, you know, I could be detained or shot or anything like that. But with the news of, like, oh, hey, I'm getting, like, a car for rent when I'm down there, she's like, oh, should you really be getting a car? Because, like, you don't, like, lack of experience and what have you. And I'm like, I have, like, my Opens license. Like, sure, I don't drive that often, but I've at least proven, like, in Australia, where we're not allowed to just turn right freely and shit like that, that I can get onto, like, my P's and what have you. And then, yeah. So, sure, there might be a bit of, like, a confidence issue when I get in. Americans drive very differently to us. How differently? Oh, hello. Actually, let me see if I can... No point in trying to shoot from there. Ooh, actually. There we go. Come on. Bam! Oh, come on. Come on. Give it to me. Teammates. Teammates. There we go. There we go. Alright, probably need to...
Look around.
Probably need to swipe this for a different gun. As someone who can see the Canadians drive, holy shit, I wouldn't want to drive there, let alone America. Really? Okay. From the way it was described to me by the Americans, like, you know, compact car and you shouldn't have, like, too big of a problem. That was the way it was told to me. It was described to me. Okay, I should... Fuck it. Variety is the spice of death. Oh, okay, so it wants me to, like, kill things with, like, different guns. I see. Alright, let me see if I can move this gun all the way... Yes, I can. And then there's more snipers. Carmine just working on there. Right in the ass. Let's go. Although, let's swap this to the what's-my-whoosies, so... Hopefully I'm going the right way.
Hard to believe this was beneath us all this time.
Always the shit closest to home that hits you the hardest.
Just doing the shit squat run.
More grind lifts coming in.
Good.
Control, this is Alpha 2. We've successfully deployed.
Alpha
Awesome.
2, this is Delta. We're too deep for surface contact.
Still don't have my license. The main problem with America is that everything is built and structured in a way that expects you to have resources you may not have been given access to, especially if you missed a few steps growing up. Oh yeah, no, I feel like it's not, like, it doesn't get as bad in Australia, but I feel like that is very much a thing that happens all around the world. Like for me personally, I didn't get my license for quite a while. So for me, I was very much reliant on public transport, and thankfully Ubers were like a thing by the time I was like a full-grown adult in university and what have you. But that, as well as like having a savings, like a good investment, like savings for like putting down a deposit for a home. Because here's the thing, in Australia, the average age of like the first home buy is like 36 or something like that. And you're doing that with a mortgage. I am nowhere near putting down a deposit for a home at this stage. Like, sure, I have a full-time job, but like that's a full-time job that I can maybe borrow like $400,000 with my job. And I still need to do like a 10% deposit, which means I need to be holding on to like at least 40 grand before I think about going for a home. I don't even have like 10 grand to my name right now. And a lot of that money is going to be used up when I travel to the States as well, because I've been saving up for that explicitly. So if I want to like get a deposit down and, you know, a mortgage for a home, I need to put down way more money. And I just feel I've just been fucking around with my funds like ever since I ever was like a teenager and what have you. When I was in university, I didn't do a really good savings goal. I was living paycheck to paycheck a lot of the time. So...
Delta, we're under heavy mortar fire.
Roger that. We'll take them out from here.
Here we go. There we go. Is it 100 meters? Almost. 110-ish. Try 150. Go. God damn it. Breathers. Yep, they seem to be doing a good job.
Kevin seems unstable. We're gonna try and regroup with Alpha 1. Alpha 2 out.
What the hell is that thing?
A problem.
That ain't good. But I guess we found our seismic activity.
Search deeper in the cave system
Control,
for the
this is
massive
Delta.
creature.
Control, do you read me?
That massive creature is
Control.
probably like an evolved or greater version of a rock troll. Or
Whatever
rock
that
worm,
was,
sorry.
It's gone. Let's go.
There we go.
One thing I still don't understand. Have the locusts been down here, like, forever? Or what?
Who knows, man?
This one guy in Basic, he thought they were from Risea or one of the moons, and that they feed on emulsion.
Hey, Marcus, you ever seen them eating emulsion?
They can eat shit and die for all I care.
Guys, what am I hearing?
Down here, something else to shoot.
No nonsense. Excellent. Alright, here we go. They gave us a sniper rifle, which means we probably want a sniper rifle for this.
Okay formation.
You were wondering where they come from, Carmine?
This is probably it. I'm guessing that's some sort of shrieker that spawns in. Yep.
What are these guys?
I don't care, just shut them up! Use the worms for cover!
Damn it. There we go. Got him.
Jack, scan these bodies. Looks like there's some kind of markings. Okay, let's move out.
Ooh. High caliber burst. The Gorgon has a fairly small clip and long reload time, performing active for a much faster rate and zoom while pressing. Yep, cool. Alright, we'll give this a try. Hi there, Ender King. Zebroli? Nah, just a zebra. Just a classic himbo zebra. Going through games of, like, you know, nostalgia that I haven't played before, or brand new games. The glazed donut is diabolical. Yeah, it's just a donut. What, you don't like donuts? What's wrong with a good Krispy Kreme? Chat, I don't think Ender King likes donuts. Anyone got some good donut emojis? Show us those donuts.
Movement up ahead. But let's split up and get the drop on anyone who's there.
Go. There we go. There are programs here for people who struggle to function in society due to lack or experience, but these programs basically strip you of your rights as an adult. They get to boss you, tell you what you can and can't have in your town, what you can and can't watch, cut out your utilities. Independent living program. Usually got them in soon after becoming an adult, but you can get into one pretty late into adulthood too. They have jobs that you can get actual paychecks for, so you tried one, but they stopped paying you when they found out you was autistic. Autism equals no financial response. That's fucking terrible. Although that does sound kind of similar to a situation I ran into where basically like I was going through like job, like after university, I still needed a little bit of financial assistance until I got a full-time job. So, because in Australia, if you are a full-time university student and you don't have like an income or anything like that, you can go to what we call Centrelink, which is pretty much like welfare, and you can get like a small like stipend, like fortnightly, because of the fact that you're a full-time student and what have you, and you don't get any sort of financial help from your family or from yourself with a job. Once you start earning, then yeah, then you don't get that kind of thing. So I went through like a full-time university degree, but then there came a point where I wasn't a full-time university study. And so because of that, they said, hey, if you want to still get money from Centrelink, you can no longer be a student allowance. It now has to be job seekers. And during that time in job seekers, that was not fun at all, because it wasn't the government helping me find a job. It was a third-party agency. And basically the third-party agency just said, hey, I need you to put your degree, I just need you to put your resume into like, you know, at least 10 places a week. If you don't do that, then you can't get the monies. And I think I was doing it for like a month or two, and they were like, if you don't get a job by this point, we're gonna force you into a job, even if it's, and we don't care if it's something unrelated to your university degree. And I was like, oh, that fucking sucks. So I like, fortunately, I was really, really lucky where I was able to get into a desktop support job, and that was like 10 years ago now. So I've been very fortunate in being able to find a full-time job despite, you know, being on the spectrum and shit, because fun fact for those of you that are not on the spectrum, there's like only like a 60% success rate with like people on the spectrum getting a full-time job. And it gets even less of a percentage chance when you go into full-time jobs that require degrees or anything like that. The job that I have doesn't explicitly require a degree, but like, there's something in Australia where they do not trust people on the autism spectrum, and it's fucking deplorable. So like, more often than not, you do not share that shit to the workplace. It is literally detrimental to you to like point out that you are autistic or that you might need some assistance in the workplace if there are something like, say, loud noises or sensitivity, or, you know, if you're not, you know, socially adept enough to hide it. Like, yeah. It's more the lore behind it online is crazy to me. Oh, the glazed donut. Fair enough, fair enough. That irks me when people do that. No, it is. Financially responsible things is true, but that's because your parents never let me have money as a kid to practice good spending. Yeah, so the way I don't have to do, yeah, so that's the thing. Like, I think like the part that people get like kind of wrong about autism, like those that haven't experienced it, like, you know, adeptly or have it themselves, like on the spectrum themselves and such like that, is the fact that it's a learning disability first and foremost. Like, the whole reason like it exists and what have you is like, you know, our brains just function differently, and, you know, we can learn how to, like, you know, do some of the stuff, but, you know, we're gonna learn it slightly differently, like at a different rate. And this will be for like some of the weirdest stuff, like, you know, balance, riding a bike, our sensitivity to hunger, our sensitivity to temperature, things that people like neurotypically can intuitively grasp and work with. We don't have that. Not like, some people have it worse than others. I had it as a mild case, so for me, I didn't have too big of a problem, but it also helps that my mom and like my dad, they didn't just, you know, tell me, oh, you have Asperger's and leave it at that when I was first diagnosed. They actually, like, when they first learned of it, back when I was like an early kid, like when I was 3 or 4, they put me into after-school lessons. And the whole point for the after-school lessons was just teaching me what emotions was, what expressions were, and all that nonsense. So, you know, I was really fortunate that, you know, whatever disadvantage I had in like learning and what have you, I was able to like get additional lessons to help, you know, like, you know, deal with that. Please aim, motherfucker. There we go. Okay, are we doing this? Fine. Headshot you. Damn it. Alright, cool. The gang is doing their best, but I'm about to get shot, so let me... Okay, not like that. Headshot. Here we go. Hey there, Izzy. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Alright, what was the next thing I missed? I just lie when loud noises happen by telling them I have sensitive hearing. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's all they need to know, really. For real, I still don't know how to swim, and I can barely ride a bike. I struggle to learn anything I'm not already extremely interested in. Suck at serious communication, so any job that requires me to communicate in a serious, formal manner is just not gonna work for me. Those are really unfortunate things, and, like, I hate to say it, Moonwolf, but unless you get lessons, unless you get, like, someone, like, you know, sitting with you or educating you on those things, you're going to struggle. I struggled. Like, it's one of those things where, like, when you're neurodivergent, you're gonna need to lean on people. You're gonna need a support network, and it's really easy to do when you're a child and you have parents, because they just want what's best for you, ideally. But as you get older, like, the fewer, like, support network you have by familial ties and such like that, then comes the problem of you have to like supplement that by just hiring people to help you, which is a real bummer, because you need a job to get funds, but you need skills to get the job, and if you don't have the skills, then you need to be educated, and if you don't have the skills because of family, then you need to get the skills from a professional, and the professional won't teach you without monies, and you can't get monies without a job, and like, it's a vicious cycle. There you are. Alrighty. You're the opposite. You have no family as a kid, but now they suddenly want to be a part of my life but refuse to help me with my living situation. Sorry to hear that. I'm guessing that guy is some... I wonder what the best way to explain him would be. There's the giant millipede. Right there, Izzy. Yeah, nose, excuse me.
Holy shit!
Control, do you read me? Are you saying this?
Roger that, Delta. We've also just received topside confirmation that Elima City... The entire city has been sunk, right at your position.
Anya, it's a giant worm! They're sinking cities with a giant worm!
Does that mean that there's now a city, like, underneath? I'm guessing... You sure that's not a worm? Well, wait, what's the difference between a millipede and a worm? Is it just, like, the number of legs?
Oh, God.
I'm pretty sure there was, like, legs on that giant thing.
Montalbano and now Elima. And they all surround Jacinto.
Shit, they're punching holes around Jacinto to sink it.
This is KR-54. I'm hit.
Control, KR.
Wait, are we not that far? Okay, I was about to say we're not that far down, but quite frankly, like...
Roger, Delta. Elima...
Good night, Night Sky. Thank you for watching the stream for as long as you could. I greatly appreciate it.
Wilco, Delta out. Let's get over to that chopper,
right,
Delta.
another building coming down.
Oh, holy shit, that's a huge building. Alrighty.
Sipping Time sponsored
They
by
got
Star.
bloodbaths down here. Watch their reach.
Back there! Locusts are killing everyone
Oh,
back
damn it.
Watch your fire around the civilians.
God damn you. Dom! Carmine! Never mind, we're dead. You haven't seen any legs on that one, I suppose. Also, hands. Try and...
Back there! Locusts are killing everyone back there!
Watch your fire around the civilians. Next. Shit. Rock and roll.
There we go.
Looks dead to me.
Pain and a half, but we got through it.
Mine now.
Oh, there he is. Do you mind, like, not dying? Oh, shit.
Revive me! I'm hit!
There we go. Still alive?
Behind the car!
Take it!
Alright, where's the other? Oh, there's the other one. Point and shoot. Oh, Carmine. Also,
I've got Charlie 9 Locust approaching our position, requesting assistance.
Copy, 5-4. Delta's on its way. Keep moving, Delta. That pilot doesn't have much time.
hopefully. Ah, Cole.
Cole, do you read? Cole!
He's gotta be close if we're hearing him.
Yeah, let's hope so. There's the smoke flare, Delta. Head that way and stay ready. We aren't the only ones
Ah,
who are gonna
green
be
smoke,
following
there
that
it is.
trail.
Am I going the right way? Where am I?
Watch it, Corpser!
Take cover!
Multiple contacts!
Concentrate your fire on that tunnel!
Oh, Christ.
Throw it frag! What's the matter? Nice!
Oh yeah! I got enough.
Any other way across? Not from what I can see.
This'll do.
How do you want me to reach the crash site? Because... Ah, okay. Now we have a way.
Next!
Oh.
The Raven's on the other side of this building. Keep moving!
God damn. Any secrets? Let's see. Any secrets? Any secrets? Any secrets? No. No other secrets. Looks like this was just like a little bit of an open area for traversing through the battlefield. But yeah, how is your evening doing, Izzy?
We didn't make it in time.
You did grocery shopping yesterday, or not yesterday, Wednesday, so I doubt that you did grocery shopping
Get back
again.
inside the building. We're sitting ducks out here. Ambush! Take cover! Medic!
Fuck it up, pussy.
They're closing in!
Carmine!
Keep hitting
Thank you.
Delta. Control, this is Delta. We need backup ASAP.
There's too many of them!
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Delta in a Lima sinkhole. Any squads in the area, mayday.
Right in the thigh. That sounds like Cole.
Oh, yeah! Yeah, baby! Yeah! Come get some!
Marcus, is that?
Gotta be! Oh, yeah!
Coltrane, let's go! Oh, that's neat. Nice.
Nobody plays this game like me! Nobody!
Cole!
In the flesh, baby!
Good save.
Try to tell you to stay away from that chopper, man. Sounds like shit got thick for you. It did. Thanks for the assist, Cole. Where's the rest of your squad? Here's my squad. Barrett and Tanner. We got separated after the drop.
Tanner?
The last message came from nearby. Sounds like we got a new objective. Control, this is Delta. Cancel Mayday. We've regrouped with Cole. Baird and Sigma are MIA. We're assisting on the search. Regroup? Is that what you call it when I saved your
Copy that,
ass?
Delta. We have additional squads moving in to secure Lima.
Roger, Control. We'll keep you posted. Delta out. Regroup? That's a good one. Good thing you got your star player back, Delta.
Welcome back, Coltrane.
Good to see him back again. All right. once again, hand tracking is absolutely going to shits while I'm holding a controller in my hand.
The last message came from up this way, towards that tunnel.
Then let's check it out.
Oh, okay. I thought you rolled to your death. Damn it! There we go. Okay, come on. It's the left hand. Come on. Come on, controller. Like, how? How do you have such difficulties? It's very tempting to turn off like the hand tracking while I'm holding a controller because I feel like it's getting worse. Like I feel like this thing has been getting worse in trying to hold
all these tunnels. It's what's sinking the cities too.
You kidding me, right?
I wish.
That's some crazy shit, boy. But I guess the whole world's gone crazy, right?
I feel like the only other way I can do more accurate improve the hand tracking is if... Hello? There we go. So nothing in there. 2, 4. Nothing in there. Alright, so they're just boxes. Like, the only other way I feel like I could do the hand tracking while holding a controller is by having, like, actual, like, hand gloves or something.
That's not Barrett, is it?
No, it's his jump mate. Rest in peace, Tanner. Damn.
Wait, these aren't ours. Oh, they're Iron Maidens.
Hey, is that Cole? Hey, Cole! Get me out of here, man! Can you hear me?
I hear you, Barrett.
Then get me the hell out of here!
What the fuck are these Iron Maidens for? Because they're not exactly, like, holding them in.
About time! What the hell took you guys so long? You're welcome. What the hell are the Locusts doing taking prisoners?
They're locking people up in these things, taking them deeper into the Hollow. They were gonna process me, man. Whatever that means.
Shit, I'll show these Locust bitches some process!
Come on, we need to check this out. Keep an eye out for any prisoners.
I didn't think the Locusts took prisoners.
Guess they do now.
That's them, the beast barges. That's where they're taking people. I think they're torturing them in there.
Then let's get up there. If there's anyone still in there, we're getting them out. Come on.
Boomers! You know how the cold do it, baby. The bigger they are, the better to kill.
There we go. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna quickly disconnect the chest rig real quick, cause like, yeah, shit. it's just glitching out while I'm holding the controller and such. I'll probably just reconnect it when I'm done like playing the video game for tonight. It's because, you know me. I like using my hands for, communication sake.
All right, let's head up this way.
Nice. Got ourselves a big gun.
All clear.
Lever. Alright. No other ammunition? Oh, I will at least grab this. Alright, let's see if there's any more peeps in here.
Ty? Is that you?
Oh, Ty! You lived!
We got more locusts on the way!
But
Ty, let's go!
Kind of worse for wear.
Cole, Baird, cover that door! Carmine, Dom, guard the rear!
Oh, no. No, nope.
Ty! No!
What in the fuck did they do to you to do that?
I told you they're breaking people! I can hear them screaming from the docks!
I can't believe they did that to Ty. He survives everything, doesn't he?
Let's just get the hell out of here.
Not gonna survive a shotgun to the head. What the fuck did you do to you? Oh, excuse me. Another yawn. God damn. Why be sleepy? I'm literally just, reducing my calorie intake. Heck, I should be losing weight, not losing energy.
Damn it. That's gotta hurt.
Damn it, you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Get.
Get up there! I'll take this.
Thank you. Find a suitable location to contact control. Trying to. Now, are they gonna come up from the sides?
Get through him, Delta! Control, I don't know what the hell is going on down here, but Locust tactics have changed. They're capturing prisoners, torturing them. Hell, I don't know what else.
I'm getting similar reports, Marcus. It's horrible. Did you find Baird?
Yep.
Yeah, we got Baird. We also found Ty. He didn't make it.
Roger that, Delta. I've got a Raven en route. You've got a new objective. I'll tell you more on the way.
I wonder if they're converting humans into the Locust. I wonder if that's what's happening.
He was a good man.
Yeah, he was. Thanks, Anya. Delta out.
I wonder if it's doing something like that. Also, anything secret here? Nope, doesn't look it. Alright. 182 bullets. Yep, still worth carrying this for a little while longer. Thank you for the random shirt head. I appreciate it. We're going with the Crash Bandicoot Wampa fruits. Nice mangoes. Thanks. Maybe a part of me honestly is feeling like tired after this week of work. Because I got like one more week of work and then I'm on break. I gave myself like 2-week break from work as well, so I'm gonna be gone in Texas for about a week. I don't come back until Wednesday, leaving me with Thursday, Friday for myself.
Need ammo.
Damn it.
Come get me! We got some more!
We're surviving this. Museum? I hear the songs of my people. What? Oh, did they mention museum in the game? Well, I don't see no museum. Ugh. You have 2 more weeks of break, and then the museum opens. Oh, Het was talking about a museum.
Time to bleed, Stanky!
Sweet.
You work as a host in a museum restaurant between February and March. We also have a slow to that when we're off for 2 months so they can do maintenance. Wait, a museum restaurant? So like a restaurant in a museum, or a restaurant with, like, you know, that functions as a museum as well? Like, my brain is imagining, like, you know, you do like this, you have, like, you know, a culinary, like, you know, history thing going on. A museum within a restaurant. Ah, okay. Sorry, a restaurant within a museum. Gotcha.
Behind the wall! Back in your hole!
Marcus, looks like a safe LZ over on that roof.
All right.
Good call.
We're getting
Let's
on the
move.
roof. One of the exhibits is being rebuilt to function as a museum. Ah, okay. In we go. This looks like a battle arena.
Smoke's up, Sarge. But the Raven spots us before the Locust.
Come on, don't jinx us.
Looks like the jinx worked.
Great! Nice one.
Bring it on! I'll take down all these bitches.
Where the hell's that truck?
Oh, that's friendly. Never mind. Hyper-violence.
Delta, this is KR-19. Have eyes on smoke.
Roger that, 1-9. Delta's ready for pickup.
Yep. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did it! Did it just as I was about to die. Been searching for him. It feels like it's from early 2000s. Why is everything functioning DS in good fiction like $200? Because it's a Nintendo DS, and I'm pretty sure it cost like a $200 when it first released as well.
Go, go, go!
Running!
Where's Carmine?
Oh, Carmine! We need to get going!
Get your back, Sarge!
Get your ass in here, now!
Rookie, this ain't the big game yet! Send your ass for the payoffs!
No!
We're in!
Holy shit, you better... I was rooting for you!
I'm okay, Sarge. I can't believe we made it.
Don't jinx us. Oh... boy. No! Carmine!
Carmine!
Well, he's dead. Oh no, we're dead!
Dom.
5-bladed fan? What the shit?
Dom. Dom, you awake? I brought you breakfast.
The early 2000s did not do a good job for, like,
The kids
human
are at my
hyperrealism
mother's, So
here.
we got the whole day to ourselves. Dom. Are you awake?
You could get a
Dom.
DS for like $80 10 years ago.
Dom!
Ah,
Dom,
there we
wake
go.
up!
What? Huh?
Dom, you okay?
Tell me we aren't where I think we are.
Hate to tell you, Dom. We are.
Retail price was $149. Ah, okay. It's just that's what happens to video game like consoles when they get to like the actual true vintage. They're used more as a collection piece than anything
We're
else.
inside a giant worm. Now what in the God's name are we supposed to do?
Come on, man. Let's just cut our way out this bitch.
No. First we kill it. Then we cut our way out.
What?
This is what's sinking the cities. This is our chance to stop it.
And how the hell are we supposed to do that?
Rip its goddamn heart out. Come on, let's move.
We're currently in its esophagus, so I don't imagine there's going to be a...
Oh, man, look at this shit. It's straight nasty down here. The fuck we at?
Probably the esophagus, or the equivalent of one. Oh. What in the...
It just keeps getting better.
All right, keep in step with me. Don't fall behind. Keep moving.
Holy shit, we went through all that. Oh, hello. Okay, they swapped me to a Carmine at this point. Darn.
For all we know, this thing's heart's like a mile away from here. And how are we supposed to find it anyway?
Baird, shut up. Keep watch for Carmine.
Ah, I thought I could speed run that bit. In August of 2005, the price was dropped to $129. Yeah, so that's that's 20 years ago. We've hit like, you know, we've hit old age now. Like 20 years is enough to have it turn into a proper like vintage relic. Like it's like the Xbox 360 is in the same realm as well. Good luck trying to find a cheap Xbox 360 that's a working copy.
This is something else.
Yeah, but what?
There's something up ahead.
Parasites. You're just typing too fast, Moonwolf. It's okay. Oh, Carmine! Shit, you're alive?
Get the hell off me!
Holy shit! Oh, you're not surviving that.
I hurt, Sarge. Tell my brothers and my ma.
That's unfortunate.
Tell them I love them. And
Huh? What the hell is it doing?
Cole, come on, stop pissing it off!
How the hell you gonna tell me when not to shoot in here? Look at this shit!
So we don't fall on our asses again.
Oh, that's why.
Uh-oh. Okay, it's digesting food.
God damn, this thing can eat!
Concentrate your fire on the opening!
Got it. It's opening.
Here we go. Avoid the spikes.
Watch your step!
Damn it! Don't think about it! Saw that shit open, baby!
Yeah. There we go. Come on, we gotta get moving. No rest for the wicked. Thank goodness the thing sprints infinitely.
What kind of meat you want? Center cut, ribeye, T-bone? I want mine rare.
My brother's got a DS, DSi, Xbox 360, Wii, and a bunch of games entirely free and doesn't touch any of them except for the Xbox. Yeah, he refuses to sell me either the...
About time.
That's
That's
annoying.
This is the
So
stuff. The heart and the lungs have got to be somewhere on the other
There
side.
we go.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, as long as its physiology plays by the rules.
Alright, avoid all the green.
I don't get nightmares, but I know I'm gonna be seeing this shit in my sleep.
Ah! 2 hits and I'm dead. I guess I missed Carmine's death. You did. This one was a lot more tragic than the first one. The first one was like, well, you poked your head out. You're an idiot. So I feel like it was supposed to be like a tonal whiplash of, oh no, this is like humanity's last thing. But that didn't like, you know, that didn't sit in my, like, it didn't sit in my noggin when that happened. I was just like, well, you're an idiot. It felt very much like a Barthos kind of death than an actual like emotional one. Whereas this one here that we got with Carmine, so much better. So much better of a death, quite frankly. So way more like so yeah. How's it going for you, Wild Saber? You alive? People have been coming in here with bad news. Do you have any good news? You always give me such random news. I assume there's going to be some good news somewhere. Like I said, you have more time to get attached to him. Yeah. So this one I had more time to get attached. And it's like, the fact that it's just like, oh, he got eaten. Oh, we got eaten too. There was a moment of like, oh, maybe he survived this thing. And he dies like later on. But then, nah, he's just got acid all over his stomach. And he's...
Stinks like ass, man.
Yeah.
Ass is more like cheesy rotten toe jam ass.
Forget the smell. This place is toxic. Well, we're on a one-way trip, so keep moving.
Pass through the intense and quickly to avoid suffocation. Oh, joy.
We gotta get the hell out of here!
All right, Delta, we gotta be getting close.
Alright. Looks like we're making it. Yeah, we're getting into the wall. So we're either going to make our way out of the worm, or we're making our way into a very protected chamber. There we go.
So where the hell are we now?
Looks like the sternum. Or at least the giant worm equivalent of a sternum. Yeah.
And the heart's gotta be close, right?
One can hope.
Hold up, listen. That a heartbeat?
Yeah, and the end of this crazy ride.
Yep.
Welcome to the heart.
Cut 2 arteries to destroy the what's-mahoozy worm. Alright, artery number 1. And where's artery number... There's artery number 2.
The chamber's filling with blood!
Alright.
Ugh, glad that's over.
Now we can cut our way out this bitch.
Good job, Delta. One dead worm.
Well, the question is will it actually be dead, or...
Wait, I still hear a heartbeat.
Damn it.
Alright. Moving on. Thank you, dead figures. Heartbeat sounds like it's going faster as well as we get closer.
Of course, they gotta be up there.
Do you think there's a third one? Alright, heart number 1, or artery number 1. Number 2. And okay, number 3. Go.
Son of a bitch! Another heartbeat?
Jesus, how many hearts does a worm have?
How the hell should I know? It doesn't matter. We'll cut them all. It's getting faster. We can put this thing down.
Cut 4 arteries. Ah, this is the last spot.
All right, let's hope this is the last heart.
It is with the...
Chainsaw bypass.
Artery 1. Artery 2.
We're gonna be drowning in blood if we don't hurry up.
Yeah, I'm moving as fast as I can. There we go.
Hurry up and cut the artery.
Did it. Heartbroken. Nice. And we're making it out. Oof. That's gonna be very, very sticky and disgusting to try and wash off.
Oh, this is just wrong. I'm coughing up blood that ain't mine.
Yeah, he's
Control!
he's gonna do that for a while.
We just,
He's gonna do that for a while.
I don't know where to even begin, but just get us the hell out of here.
Look out below, Delta. Incoming Centaur.
Control, I requested a pickup, not a drop-off.
Alright.
This is Command. You've got new orders, Phoenix. Operation Hollow Storm continues. But we had insufficient intel on the Locust stronghold. We need to accurately pinpoint the heart of the Hollow and take out their leader. Chairman Prescott just declassified an intel file that reveals a decommissioned COG outpost near your location. Well, I've been told it'll give us a lead on the location of the Locust stronghold. And possibly some more intel on the Locust Queen as well. You and Delta are to check it out ASAP and report any findings to Command.
Excuse me, sir, but what the hell? Just declassified? And what do you mean, a Locust Queen?
Everything is on a need-to-know basis.
Oh, okay.
Orders from the chairman. You have your mission. Now get to it. Command out.
Oh.
Anybody else's bullshit detector just go off?
Marcus, man, this shit sounds sketch.
If Hoffman didn't even know about this place.
It's not like we have a choice. This operation's our last shot.
And why would why was it a place that we knew of, like, before declassification? Someone knew about this place, and why didn't they want people to know about it? Like, do they just keep all previous COG database, like...
I hope no one believes in ghosts.
Do they just keep previous, like, decommissioned COG bases, like, as a classified information? 'Cause I don't imagine they would.
Cole, Baird, stay here and guard the Centaur. Dom, you come with me.
What's up with that? You expecting an attack on the ghost town?
These days, Baird, you should expect anything. We'll keep you posted.
Yep.
So why would they build a base way out here? And what are we looking for anyway?
Not sure. Though I got a bad feeling we'll know it when we see it.
But if this place has answers, why would they be looking into it now? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Probably because of a particular deal. A particular detail that would be very detrimental to the morale.
Up there. What was that?
Wretches, maybe. Couldn't tell. A lot of open space and rooftops around here. Watch for snipers.
This place doesn't look like an outpost. More like a warehouse.
Yeah, and I don't like the iconography there.
They've obviously been hiding something here.
Yeah, but what?
We'll find out soon enough.
Looks like some stranded...
I don't know, something about the exterior
Smells like the
looked
plumbing's
wrong.
out. This place is a mess.
Something about the exterior was off for me personally.
You called it. Plumbing definitely does not work.
No secrets in the plumbing. No secrets in the plumbing. Alright, let's see. What is the big bad secret they didn't want us knowing
Control,
here?
this is Delta. Do you copy?
Delta, this is Command. Do you have something to report?
No. Trying to reach Control.
Control is offline for now, Delta. You'll report directly to Command. Keep us posted.
Hi there, Ruby. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Cap was in here earlier, but then she had to drop out real quick, sorry to say. How's it going? We're going through... Oop. Yep, extreme power is offset by high recoil, so active reload, zoom while aiming. Cool. Awesome. We'll give this gun a bit of a trial. Nice melons. Thank you. I don't have hand tracking on right now.
Proper identification.
I don't have like hand tracking right now because like while I'm holding a controller, it just fizzles. It just has a hard time dealing with the controller.
Jack, rip this door, pronto.
So yeah.
Forget it, Jack. We're gonna have to blow this thing open. Bear, can you get a blast charge ready?
Of course. Regular or extra strength?
Extra strength. We'll recon till you're ready.
Roger, boss man. Bear it out.
Let's see if we can find some power.
Alright. You're doing well. Great. Actually, you got a commission started for another PNG. Hey, nice work. Nice work. Good to hear. Glad that someone's coming into the stream with good news. That's actually a nice thing to hear. There has been like a little bit of bad news here and there from peeps. Something's moving around a lot. And I want to get this pistol some good action.
Flamethrowers, sweet. Think it still works?
Never know till you try.
Let's give it a try.
Remember Carmine was always talking about fire? He would have loved that thing.
Yeah. And burned our asses. Let's try this out.
Rest in peace, Carmine.
Oh boy.
Should we try that door again?
No, it's not a power issue. It's clearance.
Let's just get back to the Centaur.
Ooh. It's a different door we have to... Let's go upstairs. Well, if it's good news you're looking for, you did an actual commission for us and let people decide how much they thought the art was worth. They paid you $160. Nice! That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah. Artwork is, like, even with art being such a subjective, like, manner, it's good to hear, you know, people getting paid, like, decently for it.
Enemy reinforcement! Bring it!
Bring it!
Up close and personal.
Come get me.
There we go.
Come on!
Ooh, hello. Shotgun? Sure.
Shit, die!
Actually, I already got kills with a shotgun, so it don't matter. How's the Gears 2? Gears 2 is, like, the narrative is a lot more fun and engaging than the previous title entry, so I'm glad that there is an actual, like, improvement to the game. Lots of little things and such. Carmine's death as well. We've already gone through Carmine's death, and that one there was, like, way more impactful for me, so... rather than it being like a, oh, he died like an idiot. Alright.
Yo, what's the word?
Some kind of security door we need to bypass.
Bypass?
Ow!
Exactly.
It's all ready, Marcus. Just make sure you get your ass outside of the blast radius, and whatever you do, don't drop the thing.
Gotcha.
Cool.
We'll let you know how it goes.
Oh, we'll know.
Alright. So...
Man, if I knew extra strength was this heavy, I would have asked for regular.
Oh, can I not go that way anymore? I guess I'm going back the way I came in.
Jack, see what you can do.
It's interesting to see the arm rotate like that, honestly. Alright, here we go.
Wretches! Ah, shit! Door sealed! Jack, you know what to do!
Who's next?
Bring it! Gotcha.
There we go. Come on. Let's... Oh, God. Are you kidding me? What is this turning? Goodness gracious. Just... How is it so hard walking through a hallway?
Oh yeah! Shit, their tongue.
There we go.
Welcome back. Do you now have proper identification?
Oh yeah, I got some identification for you.
I wonder if that's AI or if there's actually a person behind there and he's just being snarky but sees the bomb. Let's get out of there. Alright, good. The bomb did work.
Access granted. Thank you. Carry on.
Nice.
Gotta hand it to Baird. He does good work.
Nice.
Whoa. Definitely a different place back here.
Welcome to the New Hope Research Facility. I'm Niles. Please, let me know if I can be of any assistance.
To all New Hope employees from directors Niles Sampson, replies to ways to deal with prying questions. As many of you know, we recently experienced an internal information leak, and this has led to some media outlets to make inquiries of the Department of Health. Should you ever be approached with questions by anyone from the media or from someone who is not an employee of New Hope, I trust that you will all refrain from disclosing any information about the facility or its patients. Please do keep this in mind moving forward and continue with the great work that you are all doing. You are making the future a better place.
Is that a recording?
I think so.
Actually, I'm not just a recording.
What?
Please, do come in. I'll tell you more about the facility.
Okay.
Looks like some kind of workers' quarters.
Or internment camp. Man, this place just reeks of Rome.
Our facility maintains the highest possible standards, I assure you. We take great pride in our work here.
I'm sure you do. Command, this is Delta. Do you copy?
Roger, Delta. What do you got?
We're in the facility, but it's got a few surprises. And I don't think it's abandoned.
Well, it should be empty, Delta. What do you see?
Not seeing, hearing. Some guy's controlling the security systems.
Hostile?
Annoying.
Sounds like you have it under control, Delta. Keep us posted. Command out.
He doesn't care about our emotions.
Don't open the door. You'll let all the wretches through. There's another room overlooking this one. Let's see if we can get a clear shot first.
I was willing to open the door.
As you can see, we maintain the highest standards of security at New Hope. After all, one can never have too much security.
Security system enabled. Well, this should be interesting.
We take great pride in the cleanliness of our facility. Filth will not be tolerated. Thank you for helping to maintain our facility's stellar standards.
If this is what you call stellar, you need to raise your standards.
Alright, do not get caught in the lasers.
As you make your way through our facility, do let us know if you encounter any conditions that do not meet our standards. We aim to please at New Hope. Yes.
Ooh.
Journal.
Doug Sato. What the fuck? Steph, we need to talk. Seriously. I'm worried about our safety. Niles keeps saying that the subjects are harmless under sedation, but I just saw Sven get mauled by one of those males. Like, ripped up. Bloody mauled. This place isn't safe anymore. Maybe it never was. I'm already working on my resignation letter. You may want to as well.
We do.
Doug. I imagine that this is where the locusts were formed or something like that.
Security system enabled.
Oop. Let's ignore that security.
Security system deactivated.
Mm-hmm. Ah, okay, so it just deactivates it for them.
Bring it!
Party's not over!
Hey! I can't cover up my decency because oh Jesus. I can't cover up my decency because if I try because like I disconnected my controller and what have you.
Security system deactivated.
Because if I'm holding a controller, then my hands don't track really well, so I...
Don't you agree?
Is this guy for real?
Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. I greatly appreciate it.
Security system deactivated.
Extra muscle and what have you. Girlfriend likes it. Get smoldered. Alrighty. Nothing nothing of import out here. So, into the next thing. Oh, Jesus.
That may burn a little.
Fire in the hole! What the? This shit just keeps getting weirder.
We take great pride in our facility.
Get up!
Will not be tolerated. Thank you for helping to maintain our facility's stellar standards.
Revive me!
This is probably where I died. It was bound to happen. Alright, how far back am I going?
Enemy reinforcement!
Go. 20 out of 30.
This shit just keeps getting weirder.
We take great pride in our facility. Filth will not be tolerated. Thank you for helping to maintain our facility's stellar standards.
Okay, so it's a slow...
Warms my heart.
Now the question is how do I get past this particular beam here? Because I can't jump over that particular bench. It moves very slowly as well as the thing, so I imagine... And I was very fortunate that it was already going the long way there. I imagine the more of the security system I deactivate, the
You there?
greater the danger of
I read you,
locusts
Baird. What's
coming
up?
in from outside.
Coast is still clear, but looks like this weather's taking a turn for the worse.
Roger that. Try to make this quick.
Alright, let's see
Good empirical scientific research is the foundation of any civilized society. We'd be savages without it. Filthy savages.
Oh yeah!
Need ammo.
Now, hopefully... Not... Bullets don't help with the ammunition. Damn...
You think they kept POWs here?
From the Pendulum Wars? Doubt it. This place is set up to keep people out.
As you make your way through our facility, do let us know if you encounter any conditions that do not meet our standards. We aim to please you. Yes.
Come on, man! Who's next?
Well, he was stuck on the
Marcus,
geometry.
this is Baird. Weather's gone to shit. Feels like Razor Hell's on the way. If this keeps up, we're gonna have to head inside.
All right, get out of the storm. We'll get back there as soon as we can.
Wilco, Baird out.
I wonder what Wilco means. Is it just like acknowledge, really? Alright. Down the stairs we go.
We're gonna have to split up. One of us needs to power down these turrets.
Who gets powered down duty? You or me?
Okay, Dom, get ready.
The COG obviously didn't want anyone getting in
All
here.
right,
This security's
go.
insane.
Oh, I assure you, our concept of security is quite sane. It's one of the cornerstones of our fine society, after all. Along with proper hygiene, of course.
I wonder what he's on
They got a
about with
real
the hygiene
funhouse
for.
down here, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely not POWs. What the hell are these things?
Some kind of stasis tanks. But what's in them? Those aren't wretches.
I don't believe that you have access to this part of the facility.
Access, huh? You sure you want to go through that routine again?
Proper access will prevent unexpected and most unpleasant occurrences. I assure you. After all, we don't need you running around and plugging into random computer terminals. Do we now?
Not just one particular
Command,
one.
this is Delta. Are you getting this?
I see it, Phoenix. But we're not pulling up anything on it. It's like it doesn't exist. Off the record, you are completely in confidential territory now. Your guess is as good as mine.
Roger.
Well, considering this outpost was declassified recently, I imagine that, you know, this stuff is what they wanted to keep classified.
Jack, plug in and see what you can find. Maybe one of these terminals will have some intel on this place. And where the hell we can find the Locust stronghold.
I should warn you, these are state-of-the-art security systems that simply cannot be breached by...
Keep at it, Jack. We've got to get that info.
Pull the lever. A rude awakening. Oh boy.
Nice one, Jack.
Save the truth. That's what they always say. In this case, we're truly doing it. Or at least, we're giving it our very best shot.
What is this?
Sounds like Niles. A little less wacko, though.
The trip on Kadar won't be an easy one. Not by any means. We'll have it moved during the night, in the snow. And Chairman Brown won't even authorize the use of vehicles to transport the subjects.
Subjects? Who's he talking about?
Don't know.
They're Wampa fruits, Sensei.
Sentient security system to watch over the facility. I would hate for anyone to disturb the Slayer's rest, and we would all like the most opportunity to study them as they grow up.
All good.
First to admit that the security system is based off of my personality. But
Jack, what just happened.
What the hell was that?
Nothing good.
I would begin exiting the facility if I were you.
Alright, fine. Wampa. Yep, you spelled that correctly. Wampa fruit.
I tried to warn you. Now it appears you have awoken the sires. That could be very problematic.
The what now?
They're trying to get out. Should we be trying to help them?
I don't think so. We don't know what's in there. Could be something contaminated or worse.
I think... Oh, that's worse.
Look out!
What the hell are these things?
Science, of course. Didn't you learn the abstract for your mind?
Yeah, good thing we can...
Oh, yeah!
Those are irreplaceable specimens. A genetic bridge to our future. The sires were not meant to be awakened yet. There will be consequences for a transfer. Severe, dire consequences.
They just run into the chainsaw when it's like fully charged. You're doing great, Dom.
Dom, I could use some help here.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. You forgot that John DiMaggio voices Marcus? Yeah, the Jake the Dog VA.
We've got a chance at shutting him down. I'm guessing this is it.
Look around for a switch or a power supply. The system's getting nuttier by the second. Here we go. Nighty-night, Niles.
When we are fully cleansed and the truth comes forth, will we listen? Will we listen? Listen.
I wonder if they cloned Niles to do this semi-conscious AI.
Let's get the hell out.
Because, like, the giant tank there makes me think, like, they might have done that.
We got Razor Hail. Yeah, well, shit's going down here, too. You need backup? No, just get back to the Centaur. I think we've got what we needed.
Razor Hail? Not so good for my life expectancy.
Well, find a way, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are Locusts doing here?
I don't know, Dom. You want to ask him?
Oh shit.
Fire in the hole! Up and at him.
Thank Christ I survived that.
Give me some of that.
Yeah, I want that fire achievement. I see it in the corners. Oh, that's the turret.
Who's next? Let's do this.
Security system deactivated.
Smells like victory. Hell yeah. No, don't swap the...
Cookout.
Go. More ammo. Grind? I'm gonna burn. There we go. Oh, I didn't realize this was an option.
Here comes some more! Revive me! Got one!
There we go.
Grinder! Who's next? Nice!
Okay, guess it's not always so bad.
Okay. That makes... Knife Hail makes a lot more sense now. Okay.
Who's next?
Okay.
Okay, guess it's not always so bad.
So now comes the fun bit where we
Maybe
need
we
to...
should head for that train car.
All right, but we need to find a way around. No way we're making it through this much hail.
careful! Get the sandbag! This place is falling apart!
We've got a grub hole!
Get the sandbag!
Damn grubs are tough! Oh yeah!
Now the question is how do I get out of this rain?
Gotcha. Nice.
There we go. Because I imagine they are going to be better than the... Alright. Though, to be honest, Marcus does sound like Egg more often than not. Oh, there it is.
It's a dead end!
Maybe we can open up these doors for shelter.
Damn it.
Behind the barriers!
Oh yeah!
Oh, something just restarted. Oh, my Elgato Stream Deck just switched off and switched back on again for whatever reason.
Ruin frag!
Oh yeah!
Oh, I see. It wibbled, looking forward to the weekend? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the weekend, actually. Because, like, besides the fact that I'm going to be playing more Monster Hunter on Sunday, the Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, I am also going to be going and hanging out with... Damn it! That's not the right direction. Today has been bizarrely humid, so my brain is not working as well as it ought to. Fair enough. Practically sweated. We're all the way back here now?
This place is falling apart!
We've got a grub hole!
something's happening to my Steam Deck. It's just like being turning off and on just recently. I don't know why.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Alright, swap to you.
This'll do.
Grab you and you. Alright.
Here comes some more!
Let's aim that one next time. Like that.
It's a dead end!
Maybe we can open up these doors for shelter.
Yep, it did it again.
Fire in the hole!
Like, for whatever reason, it's
That's the barrier!
It's doing a reset. I don't know if it's like affecting the microphone if I'm in the middle of chatting or what have you. It's just like, yeah.
That all you got?